Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape Town, Grand my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes,
your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon.
Okay, spoon, tune to spoon, tune to spoon. Of course, I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. This is Spoon FM. This is Spoon Radio. This is the Spoon Network. We're here live again to bring you the happenings across Liberia. Many thanks to all of you joining us tonight. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Spoon Talk is that one spot where Liberians at about this time every day will gather around the radio, will run to their television set to know exactly what's happening across the country. This is where you get authentic news. This is where you get factual information and critical analysis about the happenings across Liberia. And I'd like to say welcome to everyone tonight. Spoon Talk is back on your radio and on your TV. We are live across Liberia on several frequencies on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and several frequencies. Many thanks to our partner radio stations. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bon County, Train Radio in Grand Cru, Radio Yellowman in Seklepi in Nimba County, and of course, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. Many thanks to our folks who have joined us across the internet tonight. As you know, we are live on Facebook, and our Facebook handle is Spoon Talk. That's Spoon TV. Thanks to all of you joining us right now on the Spoon TV. We want to welcome you. Thanks to our folks on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So in case you're following us on Facebook, but you haven't subscribed to our YouTube handle, you can kindly try to do so. Just go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and you're going to see all of our programs there. And on Spoon TV, in case you're following us on, you've subscribed to our YouTube handle, but you're not following us on Facebook, just go to Facebook, search Spoon Talk, that Spoon TV. You're gonna see Spoon TV there live. A blue logo with the Spoon TV on it. You see the touch of the spoon. I don't know whether that cold spoon or that teaspoon, but it's a kind of spoon that dishing out Liberia's very best. And you can follow our Facebook handle. I'd like to say welcome tonight. This is one edition of Spoon Talk you don't want to miss. This program is heavily loaded. Kindly share the program as you come on tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. Let me go across and welcome Mr. Dwalu and the people. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show tonight.
What's going on, Nelson? It's always a pleasure to see you, to see our people, to see everybody, man. You're welcome from across the country. Everybody out there, man, you're welcome. You're welcome. We're going to be talking Liberia tonight. It is always about Liberia. It's a great show coming on tonight, Nelson. It's always. We do our best. We will come here. We will talk to you. We will try to part the veils from your eyes. The big law where they put in your eye, but then we'll try to move it from there so our people can see clearer. Because we believe if you see more clearly, we can formulate something in the country that can put our children in a better position. For me, it is about the people, but more especially it's about our children. Because sometimes I believe our leadership has forgotten their role, the reason why they were instituted, the reason why we set up government. And when we have a little time tonight, I'm going to explain that to our people. Why are governments instituted? Sometimes we forget these reasons. This is why some of our people are not holding these officials to account. But once again, man, you're welcome from Zwedru, from Vonjima, from Sani Kwele, from Ganta, from Buchanan, from Riverside, from Bapuru City, all the way Robert Sports across the country, Morovia itself, to my beloved Grand Bassa County, to Bonard Farm, to Painesville, to Tupelo, where all the devils dwell. I'm just kidding, Tupelo. Don't kill me to the all over Painesville, all across the city.
Tupelo coming for you.
If you're not scared of Tupelo people, you're not scared of nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm scared of Tupelo people, but I know that people are plenty and Tupelo all the way down there. What that place been there? When you go all the way to the end of Tupelo, what do you call that area?
Cowfield?
Cowfield. All the people out there in Cowfield. Everybody, man. SKD Boulevard across the country. You'll come, you'll share the show. It's about Liberia. We cannot do it alone. So clean it. All of y'all, man, you're welcome. You're welcome.
You know, Mr. Dwalu, talking about Duper Road, it reminds me of my first time visiting the a site there believed to be the a place where a particular massacre took place.
Yeah.
You know, there's a monument constructed there in remembrance of those individuals who were victims of the situation. You know, so and talking about Duper Road, as soon as you mentioned that place, that entire image just sort of got to me. You know, and people are living.
How you brought that up? One of the things that we are going to do, I'm so happy you brought that up. And I didn't want to tell the audience, but one of the things that I have on my agenda is to build a wall. That wall will be built somewhere in Morovia through the Liberian Diaspora Corporation. It will list the name of every single Liberian that was killed during the war in remembrance of them. It's something I believe collectively we are going to fund. Even the ECOWAS soldiers that were killed in that country, I want the names listed on the wall. Lord, listen, we have not fully healed as a country. And part of that healing is to build decent monument. I'm talking about something of top quality on a granite slab. And I wrote about this many years ago. On a giant granite slab, we can go back with some verification and say, listen, John Brown, you lost your whole family in the war. What's your family's name? And we verified it. We can list our family name on the wall. 250,000 or more of our people that died during the war. We want them on a monument, a massive city park in the city. Something that we can build to remember this war, what it cost all of us. Because if we don't do that, we may forget very soon when our generation die off. We will forget that this thing destroyed this country. But if we build this monument with the listing and some notations of what caused this war, our children, our grandchildren can come and look and say, oh, we fought warrior, or we can talk, we can disagree, but we might not get to war level. This is what we intend to do. But we got great things coming for this country, and we will continue to push because this is our heritage, and we will protect it with everything we've got. Nelson.
Yeah, and talking about that plan, I think the sooner the better it's gonna be. The
Yeah.
sooner it's done, the better it's gonna be, because
I agree.
it seemed like yesterday when the guns were laid down, when Omeo came, or the peacekeeping mission came to the country and stuff like that. It seemed like yesterday, but interestingly, it's been pretty close to 20 years, or a little over 20 years. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, since we experienced peace, we saw the silence of the guns and all of that. And you want to take this into consideration. Some of those people who were born back then, 20 years, let's say back in 2003, or let's say 2000,
Yeah.
they are 24 years old now. They are grown men and women. If you were to ask them some questions about the war, what happened during the dark days in our country, they have absolutely no connection, no idea,
No.
you know, and stuff like that.
And Nelson, look, and another thing you mentioned, also true, we got to hurry up and do this, because most of the people that remember the history, they're dying off.
Yeah.
They're dying. And even when I propose, one of the reasons why I'm pushing for the Diaspora Corporation, which we are working very aggressive, like I announced last week, that the state of Massachusetts has approved our incorporation. The lawyers are finalizing the documentation, because I don't want to leave nothing to chance, because I know my Liberian people. So now one mistake is saying, we would rather throw the whole thing away. They say, oh, but Eduardo were talking, now he made a small mistake. No, I don't want no mistake with being inside. So I want it to be almost perfect. And I want to build this monument. It's a dream of mine. And I want to build that. You know what the EBF barracks is? We'll talk to the government. It will give us massive space, even at 2-3 acres. And we build this giant slab. And don't worry, it will not be nyama nyama. I intend to engrave those giant slabs here in America. And I have those engraving. We'll put them on massive containers, and we're going to ship them to the country. And we're going to install those monuments to remember our people. Look, Nelson, I was a boy. When the war came, I was 12 years old. I was in 6th grade. And I don't remember the war much, but 1990, I was 12 years old. We walked from Buchanan to Lac. Now, I'm of the fortunate generation. I will not lie to anybody. My father, great man, the greatest man that I know, he's still alive. My father did everything. We walked to Lac. My father chartered a car from Ivory Coast, sent the car from Ivory Coast to Lac. They pick us up and we cross the border, and that was my war story. So the people that really suffer, we didn't suffer. My father came from the States, brought into Ivory Coast. We stayed in Ivory Coast. They prepared paperwork, and we left. I didn't come back to Liberia until 2007. But we know we used to watch Liberia on CNN. We'll watch to see how the suffering of our people. People really suffer in the country. And the government has not memorialized this thing. And we in the diaspora have to do something. It's one of the projects that we would do as Liberian diaspora. We will build this park. And I want this park built with giant slabs and with notation what happened here, because we have to remember the massacres across the country, from Nema County, what happened in Nema County, what happened across in Lofa, the retaliatory strikes. We must do something to demarcate and remind our children that if we let this go, we could repeat this. We could repeat this, Nelson. Let me recognize some of the people, Nelson, if you have anything to say before that.
No, yeah, I think we can go ahead and you can go ahead and do that.
My brother Amra Sharif, and before I say this, my childhood friend, Amadou Diallo in Buchanan, we would talk. The whole family were literally killed, and sometimes, when you think about this, I don't want to make sad story, but Amadou never had a full life ever again, because it was like so many things happened in the war. But they recognize our people. We have to build this giant slide. But we will talk more about this once everything get approved. The website is coming online. I can't wait to announce this thing to the people. Let the people see what we intend to do for this country. Because Nelson, we're not here for a long time, my man. We're not here for a long time. And it scares me that we have not left our mark on Liberia, but we have to, and we will. Amar B. Sharif, welcome to the show. I see Kebe Moba. Zuku Aaron, how you doing, Dr. Francine? Welcome to the show. I see over here Delta Mike.
Francine,
my own brother, Mr. Fofana, Fofi SB Fofana, I'll be in our country very soon, my son. We will talk. I see Seyu King, T. Clarence Willie. Hi, Mr. Willie, what's going on? Over here, I see Timothy Sonneberg Smith. But Smith, I wonder, as I knew about Over here, I see Puka, J. Darlington. I see Yama, Washington, Dennis, Weezer Collins, Jerry Zomio. I see Saturday Yalata, Ome Sumo, Mr. Sumo. How you doing, sir? Cool. J. Vitality Vibes. How you doing? Sekou Talata Muhammad, my brother. What's going on with you? Over here, I don't know why the other one not going very fast. So bear with me one second. I see James Made. What's going on, James? I see Mary Finayima, Jay Carter. How you doing? Amara Sharif. You can get stuck on this thing. I don't know why it's not going. Let's address this very quickly. Over here, I see. Okay, now we go. Ahmed Freeman, Chucky Charlie. How you doing, Clarice? Koju Mala. How are you doing, Sando Bruel? I see over here Queen Tom Fox, Kafali Kroma, brother Kroma. How you doing, Temple? PK Dempster, my brother out of Providence Temple. What's going on, my brother? Patrick Spencer, Beamer, Mr. Beamer, J-Boy. Every single day, my brother, J-Boy on my case. J-Boys, I got nothing but love for you, my brother. You criticize, it makes me better. Let's keep talking. As long as we put Liberia first, it's what I care about. I see my Modu Kandi. I see Lay Danso. I see Kenado Kenny. How are you doing? Over there, I see Fata Senor Walker, Madam Walker, Lay Odunzo. I see Soiree, Mr. Soiree. How you doing? Fodeseyon, Hassan Soiree, Gloria Dix, Madam Dix. How are you doing? Whatever you are. I see my YouTube Sweetness. Okay. You love Sweetness that much, Mama? You call it 2 times? I see Johnson Wa Molo Yuwo. Gloria Diggs, I think I said her name already. E. Othello David III. Everybody, man, it is about Liberia today, Liberia tomorrow. We don't preach with malice. We don't have ill intent. We just want the right thing done. That all. We just want the right thing done. If that means when you call, you will not give me, I'll go to that opportunity. I will be able to read it. But, you know where we eat.
That's a fact. Tony, when you giving it your all,
yeah,
and when you work so hard, you don't live with malice in your heart because at the end of the day you'll be okay. You can live on mattress, you can live anywhere. You know how to make things happen. You can shake and move at the same time.
Some kind of a way.
Yeah.
But I always say that if it costs for me to go to UPS and go to Amazon to work so my family can eat, this is what I want for Liberia. I want you to have an option where you can get in the morning, you say, I want to go get a job. Even in a Uber job, in a Uber, whatever it takes. I'm not big enough. Look, when I was building my building, when I get out of work, Saturday, I will go to pay my guys. I will drive Uber at night to pay these guys. And my wife said, honey, why? I said, no, honey, we need the extra money. Whatever it takes to get it done, I'm willing to do it. Yeah. I will get my hands dirty.
That's right.
It is not about pride. It is not about dignity. Nope. It's about making it work. And that's that's just me. So at the end of the day, my little green baby, my kasali, my favorite sufra, I will eat it stronger than away.
Yeah, and that's what we want. That's the opportunities that this country and other developing country provides for the citizen. And so that's what we want. So, like you said, you want people to be able to make a choice. Like, okay, I won't be bishado there. I live in or government office or my own private business. That's fine. I won't go do my week job. I won't go work my whatever job.
Just like money, play money. My brother by you, my brother. Did I see you with Dream Pan One? Let me say you get bell me. I see you with Dream Pan One. Leave that thing.
No, it's not. It's not.
Never personal. Look, when I tell you, I hate personal. Look, listen. I don't mean hitting in terms of hitting to the point where you want to harm the person. I reply. I say I hate a man because what he did to the country. It is not. Sometimes I don't want you to look at politician that the politician better than you. This is what I want to get rid of all our soul. Honestly, you tower above a politician. In fact, they only need us. But when you tell the politician you put in here, he cannot do what he's supposed to do. The politician will be scared of you. If you get a job, he's going to be terrified that you don't have a job. But sometimes your team say, oh, my man, you talk about my goal, then you must say, I'm friend. Don't do that to yourself.
There's a difference between respecting someone and making somebody an idol. Where you praise, thinking you're worshiping this person, and respect comes with disagreement where you can learn from your disagreement. Respect come with the tone of voice, the way you express yourself, and not fear of expressing yourself. So, when you sit and you just say yes sir, yes sir. You say, when the man say so, say one, you say, you clap, so say or. When the man say jump, you say hi hi. That will not happen. That kind of conversation will not happen too well here on
No.
talk. Okay, we will ask questions, and we feel it's okay to disagree.
Look, if Mr. Cummings has won this election, I almost have no doubt if you are doing something wrong that the person will say. It's not about, look, just because I criticize Honorable Bwaka, it doesn't mean I still don't support him. But I'm not going to sit down because you see where we can forget in Liberia, the person we support, the decisions they make. If we continue to support the bad decisions, we are equally culpable. In fact, we're also responsible for what they are doing because we are encouraging it. That why in the country, if they are in one class and I'm bullying Nelson and that the Francine just standing there, she holds some responsibility.
That's right.
Because you're facilitating my effort to keep bullying Mr. Colette.
That's correct.
So I got responsibility. I support one of the black guy, but I love Liberia far more than I would ever do Mr. Honorable President Bwakai. If he does something wrong, the country now that my children gotta live here.
Yeah.
They'll get it right.
Yeah. So let's do that. This is how we come and talk.
That's it.
Get it right.
Get it right. And it's not a job against anybody. Look, if you're in government, I don't expect you to be a minister and eat dry bread. But yeah, my thing, when you're eating your whole eyes and cabbage, can what people eat a plow so in one way?
Oh yeah, I work for a long time. That's right. my a lot of old people just say the cabbage pie. My dad. That was one of my dad's favorite food, especially during the war that came in here.
Our Sunday food there. It became, they just on Sunday, we cook every house in Liberia. It was like a tradition. You cook the best food on Sundays. And sometimes they will say, you go to church and then they hold you enough food small. So you get ready. All of those things, it lifted the family, and
there's a meaning to those things. It's the gathering.
The
the collectiveness, the learning about your family members, things that are not the way it is today, You know
all your cousins, you knew all your relatives because they brought them together. And look, Liberia was a beautiful place, my people. Look, when I make the comment that God left Liberia in 1998, I'm being comical. Of course, God's still in Liberia. And I know most smart people get it. But the point I'm trying to make is we are losing the very values that are define us as a people. If we don't bring those values back to the country, the values of respect, the value where if I want to marry somebody's daughter, I go to a father. I'll give you an example. When I was ready to marry my wife, I went and asked her father's permission. And I
had a red letter.
Yeah, I brought my uncle and I brought my father. We went to her father to ask, literally here in America.
But you need to do that.
Yes. You can just be like to the people's daughter. So the papa told his daughter and literally told her hand. And put her hand in my hand and said, my daughter, why I'm giving you? You're the one responsible.
That's
was 2
right.
years ago.
That's it. Because so it means that you take on responsibility and you can work hard at your house there. Anything happen to the poor daughter that you holding responsibility.
Yeah, that's what you can say. You should never to my daughter that you don't want to call him. Because I told my daughter hand, your father got to take your hand and give it to your man. But when you like a Jane or around, we don't know who is who. There's a problem. We're not saying for control of your life, but that dignity to your family. Look, when your parents raise you, there are certain respect that must go back to them. Yes. I still fear my father. I still have tremendous reverence for mom because even my father, the baby, now when you look at me second away, I know I'm supposed to say, it's just embedded in you.
Yeah, it is. You make me want. I'm so emotional. You make me want to cry. So when you talk about that, because we're so far away from home. We are so scattered. Like you said, cousins don't even know each other. Something that we're not accustomed to. We're not used to that. So today, Johnny, you know what I did? I organized a family chat room for my children. Their uncles and all of the cousins are in that chat room. And I said, one of the purposes is for you to know your grandparents. Okay? I want them to never forget that because in this country, it's so easy to do that. I want them to know where their grandma was from, where their grandpa was from, what their grandpa did, because they know, but they don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is why I think it's so important to teach your children. They're from somewhere. They are from somewhere. They are from Liberia. Those values that Dwalu just spoke about. where we like people. We are a collectivist society to some extent. Okay, those are good values. You cannot come. I want to come to the United States and take the good and the bad. I like the individualistic culture, but that's for them. That's for me to live and to make my living. But that is not for me. So I really, really want my children to know there's a place in Liberia that your mom grew up in Bon Mines, your father, your great grandfather from Cape Mount, your grandmother from DC Town, DC Town,
Yeah.
and then
The
these
roots.
are things we did when I was a kid. There's creeks, there's water, because they don't know. They really don't know. So this is what we need to do. Y'all don't sit in our country and say, oh, these children are American children. We're not going to teach them about our values. We're not going to teach them. It just, to me, I don't think it helps. It doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. And doesn't before you come here, I'm gonna say this, guys. Look, the issue of making sure we know one another. Every single one of us, I don't care where you are from, we had a village. And this thing in Morovia, I mean, I try to keep the Bassa tune. One of the reasons why I kept my Bassa, every time I call home, they would speak Bassa, and even in the house, sometimes they would speak Bassa. So luckily for me, I end up keeping it. My brothers, they all still understand the language. It's that connection when you speak. Opa, I don't speak that thing. I was born here in Morio. My people, they're not teal.
No,
It's not just about the language. If you really know your roots, that Dr. Francine said, it gives you better structure. You know yourself more intricately. You understand where you're coming from, and you understand where you're going. You don't make foolish mistakes because you say, oh, I'm going to spoil the Chinwe's name. You really have that burden on your head. You say, oh, anything I do, the Chinwe name will spoil, so you catch yourself. It has a meaning.
It does have a meaning. And that's why I want to instill in these children, you walking with plenty of people behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to know how to walk, how to speak. Whatever you do outside just does not represent you. In this culture, it's a collective, it's an individualistic culture. So it represents just you as a person. That's what they like for you to think. But in our culture, no. You represent your grandparents, you represent your aunts, your cousin, your uncle. So you better live well. You have to speak well. When people see, they say that Dr. Richardson daughter there.
But I had to call you. In fact, most people in the community never knew you by your name. That means Adalu's son. That means Dr. Richardson daughter. That means Brown daughter. That how everybody knew you.
Yes.
So when you did something wrong, that the Brown ain't doing that here, they call you collectively.
Yes.
That's how our country was. And we are losing this heavily.
And so the part that, you did something in school. Let us say they come to report you. Jesus. Hey, you will be scared to walk out the go because that your power will be you. That the whole neighborhood knew what happened. And that whole neighborhood responsibility of the adults to chastise you, and nobody will be talking back to their parents and saying, oh, you're not my mom, so you can't say this to me. Me, I know by the time I got home, before I reached home, there was.
Let me tell you what I did one day. We were bigger boy, and I still remember the 4th grade. My father had a tendency, they would give her the money. Oh, you go to school? Yeah, school fee. Yeah. When you get it, go to the registrar and pay the money. I still remember, I think at the time, SDO were paying $50 per semester or something like that. That was a lot of money then by guys, because you get 10 cents, 15 cents for your recess. So what we used to do is we would take out 25 cents from on the money my father gave me for my school fee. Across the street in Buchanan, there was a supermarket. The thing what they call juice now, we used to call it sun tap. I don't know if you know what it's sun tap. We step on it, do boom, right? So we would take out 25 cents from on the school fee. And we buy dono, we buy cara, we buy the
On the school fee, okay.
Yeah, on the school fee, that first kid there.
Very much.
They call the knees. And so to 25 cents, get up, John Brown, get up. So my father said, what? I pay over school fee. Why would they do saying who came to the school? He asked me, I want to tell you the truth. I thought, me, Sebuka Reeves, Trocon Reeves, I mean, some Hawa, I think she's in Texas right now. And we would sit down, and back into that school. They soak me, get a Gary.
In front of everybody.
Oh, you're not doing it. And it was an abuse. They said, I say you want our first kid. I gave you the school fee. Yeah, what the 25 cents? All of them, you see, they 5 minutes, they graduate and they can take the money, they take out 25 cents. They say they want our cool so they can put them outside and go play with them.
But it served as a deterrent. I bet you never had that situation, right? Yeah. There are 2 things that used to happen in our school that I was scared of. They used to, when you fail, they put all the people who failed on the bulletin board. What kind of, so It will make you study. I hate it. I didn't want my name to be on the bulletin board.
Oh yeah.
We had a principal, the late Mary Brownell, excuse me, her soul rest in peace. That one will go on the stage, we'll go to the mess hall, we call it mess hall in Beaumont. She will call your name, Francine Chenoweth. Then they will wait, your friend is waiting. When you walk on that stage, she'll say pass or fail. That means you're going to the end of the year. And I won't say fail when they start booing you one time in that hall, you hear your boo, 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 boo. Or when they say pass, they're clapping for you. So
Correct.
like
It
for
was
many
competition.
of us, yes,
It was
competition.
competition.
For many of us, you didn't want to walk up that stage and have your peers or your friends boo you. So you'll be studying hard. Even if you can't study, you'll find some kind of way, some kind of way to pass this the lesson. Because you don't want your name to be me. I didn't want my name to be on that board. I didn't want nobody to call me to boo me. I
Mhm.
was just
And it promoted competition. It
yes.
promoted quality. This is why you see most, and I'm not saying this, guys. Most people that graduated, I would say before 1995, those that came to America that had opportunity, watched the kind of career they pursue. They became major professionals because they had a great foundation.
Yeah.
And I believe we're losing our foundation. And you see the quality of students we're putting out. We are doing these children a massive disservice because we are not giving them the tools they need to succeed.
Yes.
And this is going to hurt the country. Yes, there was an exodus. In Liberia, brightest minds that had the opportunity to exit the country, they did leave the country. And that hurt the country. But back home, we are not grooming new people to take over properly. And this is where the job comes in. And somebody just mentioned, say, oh, Mr. Dwalu, I love your suggestions, but put your hand in your pocket and set up a company and help the government. I love that. When you say that, I appreciate what you say. But I want you to pick up some economic books and see how other countries got developed. Most individuals, unless we are regular people, we work regular job, we're not millionaires. If I were a millionaire today, my brother, trust me, I'll build a massive company in Liberia. I have no qualms about it. But all the modern democracy that you see today, almost every name any major company in the world, from Apple to Google to Samsung to Toyota, name them. The government was instrumental in the beginning, but buttressing their effort to do subsidy, to do loans, through these banks. They have access to capital. This is what we are talking about: access to capital. You can have all the minds you want, you can have all the ideas. You ain't got money, it's not going to materialize. Here in the West, they make sure it materializes, and then you can reimburse the government over time. Dr. Francis.
Yeah, you are so right. Many of these companies were supported by the government, and that's all we're asking our government to do. Just make it accessible to people in the private sector.
Yeah.
Everything does not have to be government in Liberia. In order to be rich, you don't have to be in government.
No.
And there's ways, as I sit and think many nights, me and my husband, we have conversations about how rich Liberia is.
Super.
Money in that country.
Oh.
Money in that country. Twilight, especially, I remember you telling us.
Money there.
They're cool. They're cool business.
Money is there. Dr. Francine, look, Liberian people will say that boasting the data I knew money was in Liberia. It was from 2007 to about 2016 when my operation was running in Liberia.
Yeah.
Dr. Francine, I was shocked to see the kind of money that was in Liberia. The money is so much in the country to the point where people from other countries literally come to the country to look for US.
Yeah.
The money is there. But the thing is, we are not organizing better.
No.
This is where we are losing because we are not organizing better.
And the thing about it, go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are people in the country. Look, I was in the bank one day. The guy comes in the store. He had with two bodyguards with a Ghana Moscow bear, literally almost practically for the US to come deposit. He was a businessman.
Wow.
The Lebanese guy's a businessman. And these guys, and I'm seeing the money that we don't see here.
No.
Is there in Liberia.
Yeah.
How do we get a fair share for Liberian citizens? Is where we have failed. And this is what we're trying to organize to see how we can control the markets in Liberia, not just the market, to control everything, because this is our heritage.
Yes.
We can't allow foreigners to control the heritage that belongs to us, because you can't go to Norway or Lebanon or Syria and control anything. They're not going to let you.
Let alone the United States.
Anywhere.
Yeah, you're so right. You can do so many creative things. As I think about, I was just I when I go to Liberia, I get these memorable things. So if you go to the cotton tree in Cape Mount, there's I don't know what tree it falls from, but there's a nut that falls. It's brown and hard. Okay. I was just looking at that today and saying, I love jewelry. And I said, somebody could use this to do something with it. I just bring it. I brought in the whole, this one, my father was alive, I just bring it, and he likes to, he was holding it, and he brought, we talk about childhood stories, how I used to be under that tree and stuff. But at this morning I had it, I was like, wow.
There's a massive business out of Botswana, Southern Africa. Most of the jewelries you see here in the American store, they're crafting them out there. Thousands of women are making money and shipping them out here. But other friends, before we forget, we want to wish a massive happy birthday to President Weah.
That's right.
My brother LIB, I think you reminded me. Happy birthday to our former president. Continue to be healthy, to live long despite our political disagreements. We understand your father, and you're one of us, and you led this country. Happy birthday, sir.
Yes, happy birthday, President Weah, former President Weah. We wish you lots of luck, and I pray for your success. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. I don't know, Nelson, you're there. That's one of our people come take a call. Maybe they have some stories to share. We can make this country whole again, my people. We really can.
Before I gotta share, I didn't like Sunday afternoon naps. No, we're forced to sleep. 2 to 4. I think of the things our parents. Why after you eating, everybody eating it, they say everybody gotta sleep. Whether you want to sleep or you want to sleep, you sleep.
Our seeding plum and we go our hustle. We still plum, go fishing, we go catch frog all around beginning. I want you to give me joy. I don't know.
Then after we sleep, then we're asked to go to the. Of course, Beaumont's had a big swimming pool. We're asked to go to the swimming pool. Yeah. So and then we'll go there. The stories are too much. It's so much fun.
It's too much. It's too much.
Get together with some of your colleagues and share your past. But a lot of people may have good stories that you'd like to share with us. Yeah. Something that from your past.
Let's take a couple of calls from the people while we're waiting for these guys.
Yeah, so folks, you can call in now 0555-101075. You can also call the WhatsApp number, and you can post for their calls through the line 0555-101075. What's on your mind? What is it? Your number, your line is. You walk away from your radio. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live on the show. Your name and where you call from.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, let's hear you.
I'm Victor Ashmani Ferrari calling from Boston.
Victor, what's on your mind? Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, what's on my mind, our situation in Liberia right now. The only way we can take our country to the next level, we have to change the country's constitution. The handbook we are using is not in line with our day-to-day reality.
Thank you.
All the laws that are made in the House of Representatives and the House of Senate is only benefits the government. So if you have 10% of the population is the government and the masses of 90% are poor people, it means that we have been disadvantaged and disenfranchised. We need a referendum as soon as possible. We change the constitution of Liberia. All 15 counties will send their clan chief, parliament chief, elders. They will come around the table and put on the books what is right for our future. Or else, if we are allowed the 1986 constitution, our hijacked by the Russia, and they force our people to be in poverty up to all rules and regulations. The budget, 90% of the budget going in their pocket is the government against the people.
Let's hold you there. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Thank you, Nelly. Segu Fofana is money.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
My attention I joined to the Sunday show.
Mm-hmm.
Nelly, I don't really blame the lawmaker. Like I can't go boasting on the radio about what the government gain. I'm not blaming the book. Nelly, let me say that we the Liberian will not see us. Nelly, before they leave power, we go to for our car. Then they give to us. We tell it, the community chairman can say to do something with the community, but without zero,
Thank you.
With you, leave the party sentiment. Then like God will rise.
Thank you very much.
They will not go nowhere because we're not sure we tell them say over the country. Look at the for the fact that how much money that for the fact that they will change our life.
I want to hold
You
you
have
there and take
nobody.
another person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name Omar Wuledi. I'm calling from Maryland.
Mawuledi, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my own view.
Mm.
I want to talk to Dwadu, Dr. Richardson, and the Church Council in Liberia that the election that coming by the grace of God, they should take 3 people in the race and they must try 150,000 to get in the race.
Oh.
Because they put so many people in the race that why the criminal rate get finished. That's why I want to give Ghana government hard time.
Thank you.
Because everybody that went under the man, now they want joy, they want day, they want that. Some of the money plenty for when I'm in the race.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank you very much for your info.
That's even a roll. That's even a roll.
50,000. Oh my God, my fault. Hello. Hello, Yanime. Where are you calling from?
Yes, hello, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Let's hear your name and where you call from.
I'm calling from Grand Bassa.
Okay, go ahead.
Nelson, this problem that we have in our country all starts with the basic of facts.
Hmm.
All starts with the
Yeah,
basic
you want to walk away from your radio, please?
I don't have my radio on.
No, sorry, I'm hearing myself, and I think that's because you have a radio on. Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Is this Nelson?
Yeah, you're
Hi,
live, sir.
guys.
Let's hear
I'm
it.
sorry. I was gone.
Okay, so this is
Okay.
Noble Father calling from Minnesota.
Okay.
Say my attention was drawn to the benefits that lawmakers get. You know, we're buying them vehicles, we're giving them money for gasoline, we're buying scratch card for them. It is ridiculous. You know, I work for the legislature in Minnesota, and we don't do that for any of our members. And so this is a joke talking about austerity measures. If we want to turn the country around, these are some of the things that need to happen. We're paying those people's salaries for a reason, so they can use that. You use your salary to take care of your daily living expenses. They should be doing the same. The government, the taxpayer should not be underwriting that. We should not be footing that bill. It is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. So we'll go to the local lines, take a few more from there. Shortly, I'll give it back. Hello. Yeah, go ahead.
What's on my mind
Mm-hmm.
in this country that really hurting me is for example, you working in government, you minister. If your name mentioning anything that's stealing or thing, you should step aside and go to court. Even the judge you for 5 months, if they cannot win you, go back to jail. I'm sure the government will be able to pay you. But to stay on trial and be judging, like for example, the former election commissioner mentioned in Asaka, she was still working right government car and go. And that's that I want to me. I pray that we'll be able to change it in the near future. Thank you for the show.
Thank you. Then we take the last person now. Hello.
Yeah, Nelson, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Okay, every day we debate or we say something on this social media, more especially on Spoon. This is my recommendations comes 2025. If I do come to Liberia, I will find a way to go to the president. All of us here will work, we do our this work. If the people, this is the reason why Nigerians see the parliament as making money area, and when you ask them, nobody have one farm. I will advise the president when I come to Liberia. That is people, if Akala Gray can come on Sunday on one-on-one and say the car for me. It is for you in which way? If the Liberian government can pass a law, a resolution, that we pay you $10,000 a month. You have to purchase your own car, your gas, everything, and we stop our people going to the legislative to ask them for money. That would be good.
Thank you.
And you know, it's very, very bad. You can take your $10,000, but you have to pay car note every month.
Thank you.
To the dealership.
Thank you very much for your input. So, see you. I give it back to you, Mr. Dwalu.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Wow, it's good. Mr. Dwalu, what's going on?
What I saw in the background was not easy. Make it talk. I want to talk.
You enjoy eating there.
Man, I tell you, I was rushing, and but I always want to say thanks to you guys. It was nice. Dwalu, what's up, man?
Hey, I can't complain, man. Still breathing, still healthy. God is good. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, how you doing? Lovely as always.
Doing well. Can't
Good. Look at Sister Glenny. She's all looking yellow. That's nice. I hope not yellow, Jana. I hope that really yellow. You gotta get to the question.
Dr. Richardson, how are you? Yeah.
Kelly, how you doing?
Dwalu.
You're still on this side. If you get yellow, Jana, nobody knows what's up because you're already yellow. When you open your eyeball right and see it yellow,
I rebuke you and your yellow channels back to the center.
Do they have yellow channel here in America?
Of course, they have jaundice here.
Okay, but I need yellow channels too. I guess you got that wrong. I want to say welcome to the show. Hey man, today is Josh Manuwa's birthday. Today is Bakukwe fucking clone money that his birthday. 58. 58. Sorry that I came late, but I want to ask the Labyrinth people. I want to first of all ask Dwalu, Dr. Richardson, my own sister Glenn. And then we ask the Labyrinth people, wish George Manawa a happy birthday or say what you want to say. But the former president, the immediate former president, today is his birthday. But I'm taking back. He's not at the party headquarters, but he will call to speak to his people. Dwalu, today he turned 58. Peace icon. Turn the setback into the great comeback. The mighty coalition for democratic change celebrate the 58th birth anniversary of Liberia foremost. Peace icon. Today, the former president celebrating his birthday. Find that video. I think Alaska posted something. Find that video. But before you do that, Nelson, Dwalu, what are you thinking about the president celebrating his birthday in Dubai and his sedition partisan and his followers celebrating the birthday at the party headquarters?
I wish the president happy birthday. For all the politics aside, his birthday, we wish him well. Mr. President, again, happy birthday. But when President Weah leaves his, how do I describe it? Okay, he leaves his follower behind at the party headquarters and go to Dubai to celebrate. He's just showing what they've shown him, that he towers above them. Look, it's all for the celebration. They can celebrate it anywhere. But you got to understand why they're celebrating that, though, Stanton. Most of the guys in there eating pains actually in President Weah's house. They are begging for President Weah to hopefully come back to power. Look, being one of those guys, and any one of them that can make half of what they made under President Weah in the private sector anywhere in the world. Most cannot. I would say 98% of them cannot. So they're praying. President Weah in Dubai, they in Liberia, they celebrate. But then again, the man celebrate your birthday. I got no qualms about it. See, DC ain't got to put money around. Yeah, wait 2 more years. Yeah, one more year and a half or 2 years. Our money will finish. And we
Doug Glenny, President Weah, his birthday 58. 58 is a big 58.
That's true. Happy birthday to the former president. The people then who celebrating him, good luck to them. You having party for somebody, the person don't even have the simplest. Come on, you just want to start me. I beg you, they cost me.
No, I mean,
That cost me plenty today. You having party for somebody, they have the common decency to be at the party. They think what they made noise about for a whole week, come back for setback.
Yeah.
And then the president lead in here and say, you'll celebrate me in my absence.
He set him back.
Good. Yeah, they are set back for real. They are seriously set back. I don't understand that other one because this was planned.
Yeah.
So whatever he wanted to do in Dubai could not have waited.
Correct.
The fact that his citizens, the fact that his supporters still love him, will do anything for him.
Yeah.
At least he should have honored them today.
Yeah.
By being present. But you going to Dubai, I think what in Dubai is better than the one in Moravia. What am I gonna say? What thing concern me with that story?
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will want to hear from you. Seriously speaking, after Dr. Richardson, what are you going to wish the president happy birthday? And I will say my own piece, right? Because 58, I am 49. So we are older than me. Wow, how many years, Betty? 58 and 49.
Not yet.
My math is my math right?
I'm 9 years back.
I will be 9 years. 58 and 49. I will be 9 years.
I said I'm 9 years.
That money to all the in your mouth.
No, I don't know, but I know the kind of money. Dr. Richardson, let me ask you a question, Dr. Richardson. President, we are celebrating that birthday in Dubai with close relatives and friends. But the partisan, what is son of making? Vlad. I think they say Vlad or Gosen, something like that. But talk to me, Dr. Richardson. What's your message to the former president? George, Mane, Fokeklo, Mane, Bakube, Jubilo, anything. We are. Talk to me.
You know, I think it would be just courteous to say happy birthday to him. I'm actually not in the business of just saying happy birthday to people who, especially I don't know or have no connection with you. But it would be common courtesy to say happy birthday to him because, you know, he's a former leader. He is the former leader of Liberia. But, you know, I feel so sorry. I saw the videotape. I think someone put it on Facebook or whatever. I felt bad, especially not for the people who eating pan at, you know, his whole house, but those people who they don't, I don't know why they were there. Were they there because they encouraged them for food, or they encouraged them with music or whatever? I couldn't understand that. What motivated them to be there? Are they there because they worship George Weah, or they have nothing? We as a nation have not offered them anything to do. So those were the kind of things I was thinking about. But I felt bad that those young men who could have been doing something productive, more productive today than singing whatever they were doing or dancing, you know, were there for almost a couple of hours. I was trying to see, where do we see that kind of scenario in other parts of the world? Like, I was trying to see, you know, it was a birthday party, it wasn't a political rally. I don't know. So that's what I would have to say about that.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please share the show, invite somebody, tell them to come. We're going to be having a wonderful program for you. For me, happy birthday, Mr. President, Mr. Former President, George Manawia. We extend a very, very sweet happy birthday to you. To live to 58, that's a blessing. That's a blessing, okay? Folks praying to be 58 years old, but you found some of them in the hospital. But our former president will wish you well. And we pray that God's speed continue, and, you know, pushing you on. Now, let's talk about those under the sycamore tree. I don't think it's a problem. For me, maybe they had an agreement with their political leader. And, you know, nobody beat on Dr. Richardson when she traveled all over to celebrate Mr. Cummings, and Cummings didn't show up. Nobody be on Glenny, but y'all tell your own. Let me tell my own. And y'all tell your own.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but you don't say something again.
No, I don't say nothing, but go ahead.
Nobody be on Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson left from here, went to Liberia, stay in Cummings building, and Cummings refused to talk to her. She came back, she and Tiola Gatesy and the rest of them. Cummings didn't say hi to them, Yasendi. Nobody beat on that. But wait now, but and y'all tell your own, and when I open the conversation, nobody beat on them. So if Joe, we have people say they want, when I give me a chance, though, you see, if you want me to go first and you can last, then we say, nobody be on Glenny. When she was dancing, Kaka Leka, jumping from one party to another party, trying to find her balance in the political life, nobody be on her. Joe, where people decide to go on Sycamore Tree, if that's the agreement, so be it.
The party
Huh?
The party have got over there.
It doesn't matter. The people are celebrating, even if that's the last time, they are celebrating at the party headquarters.
The people are 21 bar, is that renting it?
You see, my Liberian people, though, let me fair. And you see the guys there, let me fair. The man and his people agree. They said, Chief, though you left us, we'll still celebrate you. The man said, I will call and I will speak to my people. That's the power of leadership.
I can't get married in Paris. Joe, we are going to Dubai.
And then what happened? But what happened when Akarasbe got married in Paris? He came by, he asked the people to vote for him, the people rejected him, right?
Okay.
So the man birthday, I want to say, listen, man, I disagree with some of his policy. We champion and we're talking from there. But today, happy birthday, Mr. Former President. And I think he deserves it. And I want to say thanks to you, Dr. Richardson. You met him. That's again, you found Dr. Richardson picture when she met Joe Manor. We are sharing our husband. I mean, you gotta appreciate. That's when you find that picture. You gotta appreciate. You gotta appreciate that Glenny was behind Joe Manor. We are supporting Joe Manor when Abba was supporting Joe Manor. You gotta appreciate that Dwadu had a whole big thing through MCC with Joe Manor. So everybody get. But let me finish back. You don't want to talk? Your talk now.
Okay, but let me talk. So
we are celebrating. We want to let the Liberian people to call. There's a reason why you won't celebrate your way. Maybe it may be bad to you. You can say what you want to say, but this is the People's Network. So you're telling I want to tell my own. Then you're getting fair. You called me up. The only person that have not interrupted me because she need that time to fire that Glenny. But Dwalu and Dr. Richardson just interrupted me. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say this to you. Wherever you find yourself, you can have a disagreement with this man, but today is his birthday. We're going to open the phone line. We're going to take 20 calls, 10 from the United States, maybe 30 or so. We want to hear from you. Forget about all the other things. But at Joe's birthday, what's your message for him? Are you going to wish him happy birthday? Or are you going to say anything you feel like? We just want you to call. If Joey had any impact in your life directly or indirectly, call. Tolu met the president. Tolu had a big project through MCC here in Joseph Kochi. We got a picture. Dr. Richardson met the president. Abba was a seditious. We can go down the line. So some way, somehow, Joey get a mark on Dr. Richardson and her husband. We'll show the picture. Somewhere, somehow, that Joey get a mark on Dwalu. We'll show you a coaching picture. Somewhere, somehow, Joey gets something.
Let me see you with the president, with the vice president, or you should have wanted to.
Show up.
All right.
So wherever you find yourself, we want to come to you real quick. Call and we want to hear your message for former President George Manor. We got to be fair. Then we'll go into the show. Today, I mean, listen, I was enjoying the program, though. They were singing, they were celebrating. I was enjoying the program. And, it is why it is. Hey, wait, mommy. Let mommy can say happy birthday to Joe. Dr. Richardson, you want to say something? While we upload the videos, you and Joe video, when you were waiting for Joe, where we upload it?
No, I was in a professional.
No. What do you mean, no? You don't want great way laughing.
What do you want me to say? I already said what I was going to say. You're going to upload a picture. I wanted to give the audience, that's like what the scenario was about. I wanted to give them a snapshot about the scenario. It's just that we're visiting Liberia as Spoon, TV, and he came to talk to us for 4 hours or more. 8 hours or more, maybe. I think 4 hours. Yeah, it was a long time, I remember, and all
day. And we didn't get a video.
It was an interesting. It was so interesting. You were talking about it. It was very interesting.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
But what are you talking about? The man came, the celebrity of the country we arrived, and the president of the country respected his people.
4-5 hours.
It can be 100 hours.
What was we called the other day?
Humble as he was, he respected his people. Go to Nigeria. If you have a program, you have Joe Biden attending the program with JC.
Some people might be impressed by, the president taking his time to come and see us. I wasn't impressed, by that. I'm happy.
You wasn't impressed. We'll show the picture. You wasn't impressed. We'll show the picture.
Yeah, you can show. I took a group picture. I took individual picture, as we all did. I don't get easily impressed by those things, Stanley. You should know that. So then we had a conversation, and all I can take away, to tell you the truth, is he told us how he bought somebody during the soccer game. That one. And to tell you the truth, I don't follow soccer, so I don't even know what the whole did.
That's what I'm going to talk about.
And there was all kind of.
You see, but be fair, that Dr. Richard said. You got to be fair, though.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Thank you, Dr. Prince. The one talking about.
Yeah, so and you talk about that, then we talk about, we never talk about nothing substantial about, to me, the government.
Get time.
He was building his school fee, his projection for students in Liberia, the education, the healthcare system. I mean, we were referred to McGill a lot. McGee, I don't know McGill, which one you were calling.
You had that EP in your pocket that day. You can't use it, get there for sure. You know the cool booty.
And then, of course,
I'm not allowed to talk about cool people like that, though.
I have to say, no, let me just say
I'm not allowed to talk about cool people like that.
To turn off for me that day, my baggage got lost, and I was grieving over my suitcase, right? Because I had all my, my weave and all my thing in the suitcase. And then he said to me, well, so you couldn't find anywhere in Liberia to shop.
Okay.
So then I was just like, I was just be quiet for the rest of the day. I was not talking, I was just listening. That was it. That was just.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this, right? Dr. Richard says explain her own story, right? I'm going to put a picture in the video. We got video, we got everything. Yeah, and you can decide. Let me say this to you. Let me go to Sis Glennie first, because she can't just wait to talk. We're going to be starting the show early. We want to come to you to ask you. Today is the former President George Manneh Weah birthday. Glennie, what say you? You look at me too much.
I already finished talking. What else for us to say? The man who on your birthday, not to the party. Then I don't want to come be talking about it. The man who get a party, the people that are there, they want to celebrate him. So let them be there. I got nothing to say. And let me tell you, in the picture you saw with Dr. Richardson, she's a professional. She's not going to frown her face when George Weah there. She will laugh with him, she'll smile with him. She's not going to act like, whether she like him or she don't like him there. That's a professional setting.
Thank you.
I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you.
He go to Dubai, he go eat there. This is the first birthday immediately following when he left the presidency. Where he's supposed to come to the people because, according to seditious, Joseph Boyka did not rescue them. Then the man who they depending on to say there, he's the Messiah. The Messiah has left there and gone to Dubai. The prophet left. Then what you want me to say? What should I say about this party?
So I would say this though. I'm very critical when it comes to George Weah, right? But today is George Weah's birthday.
But we said on your birthday, Papa.
Yeah, sister. Okay, let me wait. When you finish, you let me know. Yeah.
I just want you to understand it is his birthday. But for me, the fact that the owner of the birthday decides to go to another country and leave his people from celebrating him there, and the one I can't understand. I can't comprehend that.
Okay,
it's me inviting you to come to my house, then I leave my house and say,
I want to say this. I want to say to everyone, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Today is the former president, George Manneh Weah birthday, right? Wherever you find yourself, we'll open the phone line for you to call for you to speak to him. Directly or indirectly, he's going to hear you. I want to just say to you, say what you want to say, but listen to him.
Mastento.
There you go. Do I don't interrupt again?
Yeah. I say, well, President, we are bad boy. What are you doing, Minnesota? You were not to the birthday party.
Look at it.
All right. So as I talking here, I would say to all of you, I disagree with you guys.
Okay.
Joe Weah and his people had an agreement. He had to travel because it was very important for him to travel.
Yeah.
These people are building the momentum. The people are building the psychological warfare. They are galvanizing the truth, both internationally and nationally. And if the president see it fit to go, and his people will sit under the sycamore tree at the party headquarters to celebrate, the people are celebrating. What is concerning here? Let me tell you something. This is what is concerning. That's a message they are sending to the imposition. They are sending a resounding message to the imposition. Wherever you find yourself, you can take it kakaleka, you can take it for a joke. But this time, that gathering shouldn't have happened.
Why Isaac and go?
But this, my man, I worry about Isaac. But this time, but to see that the people under the rain, under the heat, food or no food, drink or no drink, if they can gather to say Mr. Former President, or some of them saying our president, I can't wait for Joseph Boakai birthday, November 30th. By God's grace, I can't wait for it. I want to see that the SKD complex will be jam-packed, and it must be jam-packed to celebrate Joseph Yima Boakai 80th birthday.
That party been there for. That party been there for.
But how many times you want to talk? How many times you want to talk? You tell your own, let me tell my own. Nobody on the show. Nobody on the show can beat Joe Weah. More than I can beat Joe Weah. But today, he deserves all the celebration that people giving him. Today, President George Manneh Weah, the former, deserves all the praises because you know why? He may not help everybody, but somebody, somewhere, he did something for them. He may not have the 5.4 million people in Liberia all at once, but somebody, some people somewhere, praying to God and say, yes, Manneh, he did it for me. Isaac, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Isaac.
You know, what else more you will want to hear from me besides being very happy? There are times in our lives when we keep trying so much to see someone come down, but then that person keeps climbing up. Such a thing hurts. It hurts. Every human being sees that. Like you really want somebody to come down. You trying, but the person keeps climbing up, keeps climbing up. It's like, okay, what am I doing? But you know, I think the absence of George Weah sends a signal that it is better than the presence of you know who. The absence of George Weah is better than the presence of you know who. The absence of George Weah can shake Liberia, and the presence of you know who can't even shake one house. It tells you something you need to know. People are now beginning to see the difference between what was said and what it is now. So they are celebrating their hero. Unfortunately, you know, that heavy heart that makes someone to just keep feeling bad because it's seeing George Weah excelling. I'm sorry, it's always going to eat up. You know, it's going to eat. I'm sorry, but I will say this: thanks to a sister network, Kings FM, Abraham and our brother Kev, who had President Weah on air at the very big stream at the party headquarters where the partisans could talk to him.
Pre-recorded.
They were very happy, and it's a good thing. Unfortunately, Duadu, that man is great. Duadu is, you only hear yourself
Man, throw the issue, but let's go back. Leave Duarte. They are distractors. Duarte,
No, that's how I wanted to end. I'm only saying that.
I said, how can you go? How can you go? You let the citizen in there. How can you go? You let the citizen in there.
You know, George Weah's birthday today shows you what you need to know. That listen, the man is a great man. You can eat your own heart in hatred. It's on you. Yeah. Instead of you being peaceful, enjoy your life, be good, you just harm yourself within. You harm yourself. It's bad. The man is a great man. You can't do anything about it. You can try all you can. You will just keep hurting your health. You will go to sleep now. You won't sleep good because you saw what happened in Liberia today. Tomorrow you will wake up with another hate. You just angry.
Yeah.
But again.
So tell you, as the rest of you guys coming on, we want to say to all of you, this is very, very big. I want to say again before we go to the phone line. Let me welcome my brother, my friend, as a Vatuba. As a welcome, man. Today is George Manuel Weah birthday. We want to hear you. We will be going to the phone line.
I hear you say this is very, very big. That what he?
Okay, but wait now, you're hearing. Hey, I'm the moderator. All right. It's the big day for sedition. Today is the leader birthday.
Well, the 2,000 people that gather together.
Today is the leader birthday. This is a big day for sedition.
We have one more week to be.
Okay. So, but go ahead. Let's hear you. Dr. Bopler, please. Welcome to the show, sir.
Let me make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful.
I don't know.
Good afternoon.
I'm sure you hear it.
Good evening to everybody. Again, it's a blessing to be here. So I'm excited. There are just so many key issues.
Before we get to the key issue, too much, we have birthday. I beg you. We started.
That's what I'm saying. Man, don't interrupt. Man, you moderator, wait for my turn.
No, I remind you, we start the show yet. Let's keep on, Joe. We have birthday. I beg you.
Look, the one thing you cannot take from George Weah is that he's popular, or several things. He's popular. He's a very fast star. He's loved by a significant number of people. He will be celebrated whether you like it or not. Okay? So the reality is that celebration has deluded some of us and many of our people into thinking that he has the abilities or capabilities to lead and to govern our country. And he has proven that that's a misconception. It's wrong. So let's celebrate his birthday today. He's a son of the soil that has done us a lot of good in terms of entertainment and carrying the red, white, and blue flag and doing stuff for us. But when it comes to producing for the Liberian people in terms of, the role that he had as president or previously as senator, he failed miserably. So we look at Change for Hope. Most of those institutions are hopeless. What was the Change for Hope?
They're changing.
So as well as they are hopeless, a whole bunch of other Liberians who were under his mandate and wanted to kind of idealize where he represented somebody from Gibraltar coming from the lowest level to the top of the country. And he never tried to pattern that kind of process for people to emulate and follow. He just instead rewarded people who were incapable of functioning to positions that destroy the fabric of our governance system. Then the people are hungry. So maybe that's a celebration so they will come to eat. After that celebration, eating and walking all the way home, plenty of them, Nugutan, Logantown, wherever, they're hungry again. So when you have a population that has significant hunger, significant hopelessness, any little thing they can hold to celebrate, they will do that. And yes, we all want to celebrate George Weah for what he's accomplished. But at this point, the country need to move on. Let a little section of people there, the 2,000, 3,000, whatever, celebrate. We celebrate with them from a remote area. But then the next day, we got to start getting back to business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me bring it down to Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, talk to us as we discuss the former president's birthday.
Good evening, Stanton, and good evening to all of my esteemed panelists. Good evening, or wherever your time is where you are. To all those who listen and watch, thank you. My mother died from ovarian cancer. She was 57 years old. I said to her sometime before she died that if you graduate from college, you will not work. I'll take care of you. I graduated from college in May, but she died in April. George Weah is 58 years old. I thank God for his life and for his birthday. And the man has all the right to celebrate. I work right across from CDC headquarters. Today we go holler teach. The noise were too plenty. The people were making noise. The big speakers were out. They were in the street. They were dancing. Praise God. The former president is 58. I celebrate him and his family. So I thank God for him. Now, all I have to say about the birthday. Now, if you ask me about other things about the president and his performance, then we have a different conversation.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to say, please, Nelson, come on. Let's go to the phone line. Let's talk to our Liberian people. We want to say to all of you, make it just short. Make it short, right? Because Dwadu ready to say something. I can read his mind, right? But I will say this to you. Nelson, please come on the show. Let's take some phone call. And guys, we have video. We have pictorial evidence. We have documentation to prove that Dr. Richardson was in all joy when she met George Weah. We have picture to prove that.
That is not true. That is not true.
He was there with George Manuel Weah. We have document and picture to prove that Dwadu was there. So guys, listen. We may not walk the same walk. We may not talk the same talk. But at least, somewhere, some way, somehow, Joey is celebrating his birthday today. Somebody out there is waiting to celebrate with him. Can we go to the phone line?
So Nelson, before we go to the phone line,
can we go to the phone line? You want to do this thing again?
I just want people to know. If he can celebrate his birthday in however way he chooses, but this Dr. Richardson is not the kind of person that is easily impressed just because somebody's a president or somebody is not a president. So I don't know when somebody say I was all joy. I don't know. That's not accurately describing me. So
well, the people are going to look. They will look at the picture. They will look at the video, and they will tell.
I want somebody to show me a picture where I post that you have not seen me smiling.
Okay, no problem. I know you're going to get Glenn to defend you because Glenn, the only thing is that she was waiting to meet Joe Weah, but she couldn't. Go ahead, Nelson. Can you talk to us?
05551011075 is the number. The WhatsApp, I'll put it up. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Anthony C. I'm the past president of Motorcycle Affair Merger Fund 2.
Go ahead, let's hear you.
Abraham Kenyon.
Go ahead.
All right, good evening to the entire panelists. Good evening.
No, can you lower your radio, please?
One of my favorites on the show, Stanton Waterspoon. We bless God that God will celebrate 58th birth anniversary today. And we wish him well. When anybody who has one day on that day, you should celebrate that.
Thank you.
Bless God that today our former president was able to celebrate his 58th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Hello? Your name and where you call from? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I was passing through Waterspoon. They're looking for you. Say, mother. Thank you, please. Let me talk with you. I beg you, please. Let me talk with you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening to the Spoon family. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Hello?
You are live on the show. Please go ahead. Okay. So 05551011075. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is I'm calling from Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
For me, we are a birthday. I'm not happy with it. So he didn't do well when you're president for this country. Okay? Rather, you are trying to make this place to be in the country like Haiti. See, when they have people here, children, and he's bringing drugs 24 hours. In fact, we have some those Zuko here, they have Zuko situation. So why would you have a president that treat the Liberian people like that? And, so people are see people going over there to do if this president we are going to lead there for even for 6 years, they are going to tend to Haiti.
Thank you.
Surprise for Liberians, some of them that they didn't care for their children, for them to be happy of that man's birthday. Thank you.
Hello, your name and where you come from? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Nancy, good evening.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Sekou Fofana is money into community.
Okay.
Oh, Nancy, I beg you, I want to talk to Azedo. Azedo, John, where nobody is competing here. And nobody is competing with him. Hey, we are not coming to be our former president. Not coming to be people more. The time we play football, I'm not like we're talking about him. When I have been talking someone wants to down for you talking about someone they will help you people until because Joe will never be president again. So that free money while you're getting now before you get money now you work for it as it before you get it. That free money you're not getting.
Okay, thank you.
You talk about
thank you.
So Joe we're not competing with nobody. Thank you.
Thank you.
You said but you don't bury the body not there. That one makes sense.
But take your time now. 1 year, take your time.
Who are going to that's we are going to you on that year. Sorry to say, but that year and that's complete nonsense. I can't do that.
Okay, thank you.
That's complete nonsense.
Thank you very much.
Body not there. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Goni Mambia. I'm calling from Mauritius Farm.
Yeah.
People say are living as if to say they are not faced by reality. The similar thing happened when Charles Taylor left for Liberia. When he left from Liberia, at the time we were young boys behind Charles Taylor, we thought he was going to return, and we were celebrating going to the party headquarters. After 1.5 years, we noticed that Taylor was not coming back. Majority of the guys that are at that party headquarters are just going there because they think that party can save them from their past activity. But what I want the Liberian people under my voice to understand is that George Weah has set a very long legacy at the age of 50 so more years. Youth for years, African youth for years. He did not leave any good legacy that somebody emulate. But those who are good, there are many reasons people are to that. Number one, there are people who want to take small things to pass the day, and they will always find out enjoyment at that party here. This is why majority out there are going there.
Thank you.
But not because Johnny, we have set a legacy here that people will follow. And follow more. Those who looted this country and are fidgeting, passing around feeder under the corridor of George, we are stewardship, they can be safe. But stand up. That president, former president, disgrace this country, and he will never return to power in this country because the Liberian people are now fools.
Hello, you're live. Your name and where you come from?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm calling from rehab. I called this morning. I said I have a message for Liberia, and I want to appear on the radio. I'm sure that who is listening to me. Please, this message is very important for the country.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Good morning, Nelson.
Yeah,
Make that the last call, Nelson. The guys are on for us to start the show. Thank God I get Uncle Sam on.
This country is just a country open eyes down. No understanding. Can you imagine after 2 hours suffering themselves for 6 good years, celebrating somebody's birthday that had no impact on it? And in fact, the Zimbabwe is not completely with somebody in celebrating birthday. We know voters in Zimbabwe to celebrate birthdays. For us to vote so that at least we can work so that the country will be better. For every day, the reviewer in Zimbabwe now one day say, he said, love, like bro, think that brother together we can be like that.
Thank you very
So they're
much.
doing it themselves. Yeah. Some people are being straight on because like, you want to be happy. And then they see people are suffering under George Weah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very, very interesting, folks. We want to say to all of you, good that you joined us today. Let's have a wonderful show. Today is the 1st of October, 2024. Today is the former president, George Mannen Dato Gbekubwe Fokeklong Weah birthday. And wherever you find yourself, I believe that you know who you are. But I want to say on behalf of the network, we wish the former president happy birthday. Thank God that Dr. Richardson says sweet words, and Sister Glendy. And I know the men going to be so tough, and you know, because to each his own. Uncle Sam, let's hear you. The former president, your cousin, George Mannen Weah birthday today.
Well, in the African tradition, there are two things we respect: birth and death. And we don't try to politicize birth and death. So I know that the country is evenly divided, as manifested in the polls in the elections that we had last November. Okay, but I can say to you that there are people who genuinely love President Weah, for who he is an icon for them. And I don't think there should be anything about people arguing about whether to celebrate his birthday or not to celebrate his birthday. I mean, he's an icon for many people, just as President Bokar is an icon for some people, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is an icon for some people, and Charles Taylor is an icon for people. And still to this day, Samuel Doe still have people who believe that he was the best president, and people who believe that Tolbert was the best president. So the thing is, there are more pressing issues for us to discuss in this country. The 8th poorest country in the world. What are we doing about it? 9 months, going to the completion of 10 months, almost 365 days into a rescue.
We're going to keep it to the president's birthday because we have not started the show yet.
I am keeping it to the president's birthday because I think it is important for people to understand that there are more important things that we need to be divided, between than the presidential birthday. I mean, I think this is a non-issue. I think those who celebrate it and when they're in the numbers, they're very happy. They're home. They're sleeping nicely, and others who didn't want to go there and who don't want to celebrate his birthday shouldn't. But others who wanted to celebrate his birthday, I mean, I think no one should even question their rights or their privilege to be part of his birthday celebration. I think it's an icon.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's get into the show. You heard exactly what's happening out there. The people have taken the side. Again, happy birthday to the former president, George Mannen Weah. Now we can move into the discussion for today. Dr. Richardson is 5:33, 9:33 in Liberia. What say you? What's on your mind? You have about 1 minute, folks.
I wanted to share that, yes, indeed, that I did meet George Weah, and it's been a while, and I can kind of recall some of the conversations. But I'm definitely conscious of the persona that I'm nothing like meeting other people impress me. I don't get impressed by meeting titles and meeting positions. True, genuine values and how you contribute to humanity, who you are as a person, your core beliefs. That's what impresses me. I want to also say, yes, it's the matter of someone's right to celebrate. I think, as Uncle Sam said, it's the matter of whoever went to celebrate George Weah. It's the right, but it's also for me a matter of having choices in life. For me, I wonder about the young people. I would love for them to have choices in life. I want them to have the choice to say, I want to celebrate George Weah. I want to go to work and have a fitting job, or I want to, be able to contribute to my society. And the question is, do they have that? So congratulations to George Weah. I'm not in the habit of telling people who I'm not close to. I have nothing in common with you. Congratulations. But, he's the former president. So congratulations to him. Thank you very much.
So nothing was on your mind but the George found a way of congratulations. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. As we move on, Mr. Eduardo.
I thought that's what we're talking about, but okay.
Mr. Eduardo, as we move on.
Yeah, Stanton, man, for the 4th time, I'm going to say big shout out to President Weah. Happy birthday, sir. We wish you well. Continue to celebrate your birthday. But I want to drive home something Asedo said. Look, any celebrity who has celebrity status, people will come around. It doesn't matter what you've done. But we cannot confuse celebrity to meaning we can take that person down to become our leader. It is a dangerous thing when we do this. President Weah had no business near the presidency. This is not something we're saying. I know people out there will say, oh, the person hit this. Look at how the man governed this country. Look how he destroyed this country. For those of you that will celebrate him, you celebrate him for the reasons best known to yourselves. But if you look at the way the country was governed, realize.
But you say he has no business to govern the country?
No, he had no business. Because he had absolutely no preparation to govern the country. None whatsoever. None. The man was not a president material. In fact, President Weah was more focused in going to a studio, in drinking liquor, and making music than governing the country. Stanton, can you tell me, you've been alive for 49 years. Do you know of any president that can go sit down with a radio host for 4 or 5 hours and yell lecture about butting people? Do you know any president that can do that? A country, a third world country. Uncle Sam said the 8th poorest. That's not true. We are the 3rd poorest in the world, near the bottom. Very poor country. The president is not sitting down strategizing to develop the country. He focused on drinking Hennessy.
So, Donald, let me stick with you more. Yeah. You saying that it was wrong that the president welcome home folks like us, and you have never seen that before.
No, that's not what I said. Let me tell you what I said. There's nothing wrong with welcoming your fellow citizens to the country, but no president on the face of the earth has the time to go sit down for 5 hours in the hotel room to lecture about Jews and butting here and playing football of a massive country that is failing.
But he didn't lecture about Jews.
That man, wait, my man, over the video.
But he didn't lecture about women, though.
5 hours? Okay,
we have
Dr.
Richardson and her husband there.
Yeah, what are you talking about for 5 hours?
Oh, but we can have a whole another story on that level.
Okay, summarize in 30 seconds what you have been talking about for 5 hours. Whole president.
Let me give everybody the chance. Then at least I will help you, because a lot of people saying, listen, I can blast a job man away, man, but to say because we have seen kings, we have seen queens, we have seen president, right? Calling a program together here in the United States, where you have Jay-Z and Beyonce, where you have people that will sit with them, they will talk with them, they will get them involved. It can be more than 5 hours. We have seen concept. I mean, for you to say that it was wrong that the president went to a hotel to meet folks that had a trending issue at that time, and even up to now, it's a problem for you. I said, don't help me. I said, don't help me.
Well, the only thing I would say is, Brother Eduardo, sorry. I mean, I know how you feel. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next time George Weah becomes president, he will invite you to discuss.
It's not happening again. Don't worry.
Wait now. Let me end now. He will invite you to discuss the country's problem with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Stanton,
use that email to write something.
Okay, now let's go on, Stanton.
But I can't believe that Richardson, before I go to her sister Glennie, she was part of that meeting. President Weah discussed a lot of good stuff about education. His vision on education was so unique, and he talked about the why. Anyway.
I'm sure the audience can tell that there's a professionalism in me that is allowing me to hold back. I'm not the kind of person that would just and I would just give you guys.
Glennie, can you go ahead, because we need to structure this.
All right,
I am shy.
Glennie, appropriate for me to discuss what was discussed in that 4 or 5 hour meeting.
You're free to discuss it. It wasn't anything bad. You had your husband there. Okay, was he inappropriate? No, he wasn't.
I reserve.
Please, let me leave Dr. Richardson alone.
Granny, Sister
No.
Granny, because people that know Jowiah, right? Was he drinking? Was Jowiah drinking at that gathering? No, he wasn't. There was no liquor. I mean, I can beat Jowiah on the politics and we can do propaganda, yeah. But let's be fair. We ate. We talk about the country. He joked with the other guys that left him for a long time. Was it inappropriate, Dr. Richardson?
You talk about football to us.
Well, let me just say this. I think I said this before.
But anytime I go to Granny, then you want to talk. Then if I ask you, you can't answer.
Then I will come because you asked me. That's why.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I was interested in hearing about the progression, the future of Liberia, the vision of Liberia, some projects to support the Liberia. I do remember when we first arrived in the country. Remember, we went up to Brussels.
No, can you answer the question? Was it inappropriate? Was it inappropriate?
What was what inappropriate?
Was Jowiah inappropriate at that gathering?
That's not a discussion.
No. I'm asking because you said.
No.
Yes, the issue, Duadu. You said he wanted to talk about women.
No,
and while we said he never discussed anything about women.
Yes, he did. He did discuss stuff about women. He did.
But
Jowiah did discuss stuff about women. Please remember. Go back and remember.
What did he say?
Why you asking her when you're not there?
I said because I never heard the president discuss anything
about women. Because remember, there's a trending topic at that time about women. And you acting like I know you're making that face like
no, Dr. Richardson, it would be bad for you to do this on the show. As much I will not, take one day with President Well with us saying that I will not vote for you, Mr. President, but at least let's say the truth. The president was so welcoming.
Don't let him push you.
President not talking about Liberian women, about the book. Was he not talking about Avatopa?
Book?
He spoke about the book because there was a question asked to him.
Then
doesn't mean that he was discussing in a very inappropriate way Liberian women. No, he held people responsible and said, "Don't go after Avatoba." He said, "I couldn't hold Avatoba in the country." He said that.
Why he did this? Why he did to
help?
Why did he do to help?
No.
Why he did to help? That my cousin had to run all the way to the border.
We're not going to make Avatoba the topic here, guys.
Again. I did not run to the border.
No. What we want to say at the end of the day,
border to try to kill me.
We will not make it. As we try to speak, wait. I beg you, will come to you. Wait. What we're trying to do here is that I'm pushing Dr. Richardson because I want her to be fair to the Liberian people. This is the former president's birthday. We have almost 5 hours sitting with a young former president. He welcomed the Spoon Network team. Good people, we ate, right? Everything went fine. We took pictures, exchanged numbers. Mr. Abraham Richardson was sitting there. He was so happy to meet the president. Dr. Richardson was right there. We got pictorial evidence, we got videos. We talk family talk. He said, "You guys are always welcome." And even when he was going, he said, "You want to come over to meet me? You'll come over." What's happened with that?
You got carried away.
Let's say you, Glenn.
You got carried away, Stanton.
Wait a minute, I got carried away. If I got carried away, I'm going to support him, though.
Let me just start from another angle and say to Stanton, and that may be in support of Dwalu's comment, that a sitting president who has work to do is not going to a hotel to meet somebody and sit there with them in a meeting for more than 5 hours. I've never seen that. And when Stanton mentions that it happens other places and maybe Joe Biden can meet Beyonce, that would have meant that there was a program that they were performing at and the president would probably be there for an hour, but not 5 hours. But that's just not to say that President Weah is not sociable, that he can't go and meet Liberians. But if he's working on a working day, to leave his work and go and sit to be social for 5 hours. I think that's not something that's common. Suffice it to say, George Weah, no one can take the fact away from George Weah that he's a celebrity. He was a football celebrity before he became president. He will always be a celebrity to many Liberians, including myself, because we all, Salinsa Diba and George Weah, those were icons when we were growing up. Those are people that we follow.
You muted yourself because somebody's speaking Basa in the back.
I'm
Am
just
I
saying,
speaking
so
Basa?
no, nobody speaks Basa in my house. My son is
Oh.
yelling. That's why I wanted to lower the phone, talking to his grandma. But so that's what I'm saying. So George Weah, that will always be. What I don't understand is, and this is something for the Liberian people, even the people that support George Weah, I cannot understand that me as an individual, a civilian, a common person, would invite somebody to my house for a party that was prepared, and I won't be there. And I found that to be unheard of, unbecoming. No one does an invitation to say, come, we're celebrating you, and you're not going to be, and not going to even be in the country. This wasn't like it was a program for somebody else. This was the first program that he's coming off for being president, and that he should have at least shown up to the people that he loves so dearly, who was already singing songs of him coming 2029. That's the part that I don't get. And that's the part that people can relate to and say it's like almost like a cult, that these people, no matter what you do, they're going to love George. We are good or bad. They're still going to love you, and nobody can do anything about it. But is it right? It's what they're doing. Is it right? It's what we need to look at. And they
Thank
can
you.
say it's his birthday, but we, as an individual, that's how I see it, that people will continue to do this, and that people will think that it was okay for him not
Thank
to
you,
show
Glennis.
up at his party.
Glenny, thank you very much. Let's wrap on this thing because we got to go. If you want to say anything, as invite Dr. Bopler and Uncle Sam, you guys get 1 minute.
Yeah, I wanna
each
say
to kind of
something
get
quick.
to the show.
Oh, you don't want me?
Look,
Oh, I
guys.
thought you said you were done with it. I'll make you
No,
last.
you are asking me about.
Let me go to Uncle Sam and we'll come back to you, please.
Look.
Uncle Sam?
There 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you on this platform sitting in the United States of America. But there's a guy called Donald John Trump. He boasted about grabbing the private parts of women. He talked about immigrants eating cats and the pets of people. And he's leading in some polls in the United States of America. So how dare you talk about a football icon who was dearly loved by his people, and you talk about a spoiled, rich kid who got $400 million as inheritance, filed bankruptcy multiple times, and he may be the president of the United States again, in the country where you're sitting down. So I don't get it. Look, the political economy, people have people who they worship. Some people worship Adolf Hitler. Some people worship Saddam Hussein. Some people worship, Gaddafi. And some people will worship George Weah. That's just the way it is. For you to be sitting in a country where a presidential candidate talk about people eating cats and grabbing the private parts of women, and you have a problem with people, idolizing a genuine star, and you may disagree about the politics, but you can't disagree about the fact that some people genuinely love President George Weah as they love this criminal called Donald J. Trump, who's running for this guy has been convicted, a convicted criminal. I cannot get a job at McDonald's in the United States as a convicted felon. But he's going to probably get a job as president of the United States. So what are you talking about? Look at they all ran away. But that's it. That's it. Thank you, guys. We can't hear you, Dr. Richardson.
I'm
still wondering if we still listening to the same show. It's Sam Jackson was not here when we spoke, right?
Oh, yeah, keep jumping over me for now. Why you keep jumping over me for?
Yeah, after Ava will come to you, Asido. Let Ava go ahead, yeah?
The ignorance is like a disease. When you know you are diseased because your opinion is not functional, for him to come and say what he just said, he just sounded like somebody totally.
That's how you just ignore some stuff.
Yeah,
No,
you're
yeah,
right,
yeah,
man. Let
one
me
at a
ignore
time.
it. Let me ignore it. Let me
No,
ignore it.
I think, but
One at a time, guys. Let Ava talk. We're begging
No,
you.
let
We get to the comment.
Francine talk. Francine talk.
So you done, Ava. Go ahead, Dr.
and
Richardson.
repeat something so vile, so uncouth that a current somebody in the United States is saying. It's sad.
Very sad.
It's unbelievable that you would say that on a Liberian show. Okay, you are comparing America to Liberia, America where the people have rights. Okay, the people can decide to go to a rally or to go to their job. Many of those people today at that rally today, they don't have that choice. So for you to come sit and say, I'm sitting in America where I have a leader or somebody who's running to be president saying all these things, and yet and still he's still here, and then for me to
That's the truth. That's the truth.
One at a time, Uncle Sam.
No.
Uncle Sam, one at a time. Let Uncle Sam let Dr. Richardson finish.
It's a lie. Your truth is a lie.
Ava, wait. Let them do it one at a time.
Your truth doesn't add up. You can't compare America to the United States. You cannot. The United States has been in existence for a long time, and they have a system here. Many of the people who are at that rally today, you know why they went there? What they're eating today?
But is that your point, though? Is that your point? Is that your comparison right there? Because he's saying, I don't get it. I think his comparison is unique. If you try to say that people still support Donald Trump, though you may dislike Donald Trump, everybody to each his own.
The irony of the comparison is
We'll come to you, Glenn. Let me go. We can go. I said we're done with you guys. That's a good plan. I said we'll come to you. We'll keep you. I said we'll keep you for last. You wave your time to Dr. Richardson. Dr. Bople, you want to add? You get anything before we go to answer, though, Dr. Bople?
Yes. Again, happy birthday to the former president. I wish you many more years. I do want to say that today, during the celebration, a young man came from across the CDC compound and he passed out right behind Cuttington's building. The security, when his hand was kind of, right, and they put a rock in it. It got Temple of Heaven, put it on his neck, did all kinds of things until he came to. Obviously, he had been drugged. So the point I want to make is this. We all know that the president is, a lot of his fans are young people. I would pray that in the future, they will create safe spaces for these young people so that they don't go in the celebration, do a lot of drugs to their detriment. So please, Mr. Former President, all those who organize these things, pay attention to the young people so that they can come, celebrate, and make it home. It was very scary today, and I had not seen anything like that before. It was very scary, but he was able to come to, and he left the campus and went back across the street.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and bring in Ava, then Isaac Doe will be last. Ava?
Yeah, look. Sometimes, anyway, Sam Jackson says it. He just says the Liberian people are just stupid. So he can tell them anything. Because for you to come and compare a criminal Donald Trump, or man with those convictions, or man with vile, detestable behavior as justification that idiots in America, Republicans, many of them, I don't want to call the name of what state they're in, right? But many of them, it seemed like their mindset towards people like you, towards brown people, it's just off the charts in terms of negativity. For you to sit there and compare that despicable human being and all the negative things you say about him and people admiring him, to kind of say it's a right size situation for Liberia to admire, Liberians to admire George Weah. I mean, it's so despicable for you to go to that level, Sam. I don't know whether you just came here totally irrational today, or you've been drinking or something for you to come make that kind
I
of
said,
comparison.
don't insult the man. The man ain't been drinking, man. You
No,
gotta
I insult
stop.
the man. He insulted us. He never knew what.
No, I said stop. I said you're always creating problems. There's don't be insulting the man. Just make your point. You just like his point. You didn't insult us, bro. All right, but that would just ruin. Yeah, you got to unmute though. You are muted. You got to unmute. Let's just have a civil. I mean, we can disagree with it, man.
My point is, somebody cannot come put words in my mouth when I didn't say something. He can't do that. It's wrong.
Exactly. Then we understand your point. I think you make it.
That's my point.
I didn't put words in your mouth. I said I never put words in your mouth.
You did.
I said Americans. I said Americans. I said Americans.
No.
I said Americans. I said the father you there are sitting in a country. The father you are sitting in a country.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much.
Sitting in a country.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. I think, thank you. Asido, you want to come in, Asido?
Oh, I can't finish? Okay,
you finish, brother. You finish again. Yeah, you at least you make your point clear. So, Asido.
Yeah, there are times we have to come to the defense of our friends and help them. As humans, we always have to look out for each other. So as a person, I feel the frustration of our friends. I feel the pain from our friends. I feel the hurt from our friends. I feel the envy. I feel the hate. Because of that, we don't want to lose anyone to, I don't know how the medical people call it, when you are so hateful, when you are so envious, you know. So I will try to call George Weah after the show and tell him not to have no other birthday, because George Weah's birthday may kill someone. The hate, the hurt will kill somebody. I don't want to see anybody.
You can influence if you have birthday party or not.
Okay. No, not, let me end now. Not, oh yeah, I can talk to him. Yeah, but don't talk about it. But again, what I'm saying is not about the party. He will not have birthday at all. His birth certificate, he will cancel it. There will not be no date there. Because having birthday, listen, George Weah didn't even want to be on birthday. The people decided to celebrate him. He didn't even want to have birthday at all. The people, there should be a challenge to anyone, any Liberian. Don't want to have birthday. That people, that 3% come to your home and celebrate your birthday. It alone should tell you. And unfortunately, we have to come to the rescue of our friends, because you can't have somebody going through such breakdown from seeing people celebrating George Weah. We just have to beg George Weah to help those who are having a breakdown. You can't have such, you know, it's sad. But beyond that, though, you imagine someone is on this platform, this very platform that we all own, denigrating the platform and thinking that they know so much and that George Weah they want to hate. Listen, a president for a country took upon his own time and went to meet individuals who Liberians appreciate for what they do on this platform. Yes, unprecedentedly, he sat with people from this platform for hours. Anyone on this platform should be appreciating him, in my mind. But when you come from the other side, then I wonder, why are you here? Why are you here? If you cannot even appreciate what comes towards this platform you are on.
Thank you.
It is sad. It is
Thank
sad.
you. And I would take it from that feedback. So yeah, my friend Dualu and Dr. Richard saying, and the rest of you guys say, well, it is so bad that George Weah met us. I'm trying to get the context over here.
Again, you see?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I beg you. I'll say the rest of you guys. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, then when I read it, thought they all want to interrupt to stop me.
But what you're saying is not correct.
Yeah, but don't interrupt me. You will have your time to express
okay, when you
finish. Don't push me, please. It's wrong. The president came to acknowledge the Spoon Network. You guys should be grateful at least. And you're trying to pinpoint to say, yeah, he stayed for 5 hours. You knew the president's schedule then? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It wasn't only George Manawea. Political leader, including the current president today, spent more hours with us also. Dr. Richardson was there. Coleman came, we ate. Other people came. I think it's not right. Sometimes, you know, we can talk about the policy issue. We can talk about the issue about the country and the well-being of the people. But this is not fair. We traveled to the country. We sat down. We ate. Ministers came around. He was telling the people and us the goodness about his government and the achievement about his government. Sometimes we brought in the jokes. Somebody brought in jokes and said, Mr. President, why did you put that guy in his head? And he explained. He explained. Man. But again, I would say on behalf of the network, you can come with your own thing. You don't like him, you like him. I have my president. I have the political leader that I respect, Joseph Yema Boakai. And people will come on the show and say, you don't reach out to Boakai, he mad at you. No, he's a different man. When I call him, he answers. I communicate with him. I love him. As a father, I love him as a leader. I love him as a wise statesman. But yet and still, I'm a different with former President George Manawea, but I respect him. His policy, the way in which he governed the country, I don't like it, but I respect him. I don't think that he meeting us in Liberia, even that he stayed with us 24 hours. So what? You could have been part of the team. When you walk away and say, because he's staying there for 5 hours, I'm leaving, Eduardo, you wouldn't have left. You wouldn't have left, Eduardo. Dr. Richardson was smiling, and Mr. Abraham Richardson was smiling. We took picture, we ate. So to be frank, man, just when you guys have a relationship with this man, let's move on. Let's move on. We got to move on. We spent almost 2 hours on this one story.
Yeah, I think that it's important that
let's move on.
No, I think it's important that we share our experience.
But Dr. Richard said, I beg.
We gotta respond. We gotta respond.
Now, one of the things we can say is that, let me play what Joey said today.
All our partisans at our party headquarters tonight celebrating my birthday. You know, I decided not to celebrate the 58th birthday, but I was surprised that my political party decided to celebrate my birthday without even letting me know. What a surprise.
And look at how he addressing the country.
You can talk about that, Eduardo. I get that one. He's saying that, listen, I wasn't going to celebrate my birthday. The people organized it, they surprised me. It's a surprise.
And our pastor is okay with you?
Say that?
Our pastor is okay with you, the way he positioned himself to address the people?
No, that's different thing you say, yeah. You are saying
you said something that we address it.
But you are saying something different now.
No, but you said something allow me to talk to because
no, but you asked me a question. And you asked a question. Yeah, I will allow you to talk. We having a good show.
Please,
okay, there you go, Dr. Richardson wants to speak for you.
I have to, because you have Isaac Doe on the show saying that you have someone on the platform who's here and who benefited from, you know, President George Weah's presence and all of that stuff, and how in the world that I should not respond to that. He
didn't talk about anybody benefiting though.
Well, I don't know how you interpreted it, but that's what
he didn't talk about anybody benefiting from George Weah.
He did. He talked about us, for me, benefiting from George Weah's presence. That's what he said, right?
Stanton, what did you hear he said? What you heard he said, Stanton?
But we can do it one at a time. When Dr. Richardson
no, but you asking her now.
No, that whole let she defend herself.
He said I'm on this platform and I should be happy that George Weah came to visit us for 5 hours or more than 5 hours or whatever, and I should be happy. That is not the issue here. I personally, I took my time off from work and went to Liberia. I wasn't interested in hearing about football. I don't follow football. So maybe it was exciting for you, I said, to be in the company of the president. But I told you, I'm not easily impressed by titles, positions. I'm impressed by what you can contribute to the country, what you can contribute to the conversation, what you can contribute to your own livelihood and somebody else's livelihood. So maybe for you, it was great. It was a pleasure. Maybe for you in Stanton, it was good to sit there and listen to him. But for me, I sat down because it was the protocol. All right, we couldn't leave at a certain point because you all know they took our phones. They took.
They didn't take my phone away though.
Yeah, your phone. But for me, if you have phones, they told us that we had to give it to the security person, and they cleared the security person. There were security people at the door. So I had never been in such a situation before. So I stayed. I did not leave. So I think let us tell the full story. Your perception.
This is the story. This is the story I would tell. Let LeBron look at this story.
Yeah, tell the story. This is in the air,
so
right
now. Dr. Richardson, wait now. Wait. We got videos. Let's be fair.
Yeah,
but
what does this
Richardson
wait
now. Since you want us to look at the picture, let's look at the picture and interpret the picture.
But wait, Granny, wait. Dr. Richardson, wait. This story, my story I would tell before Brother Eduardo come in. This is the story I would tell. She are looking at the rising of the sun, and the sun was going up. Look at that smile. Hey, God. Hey, folks, how can we talk like this? Listen, Dr. Richardson, it's not a bad thing.
You
didn't vote for him.
It's a bad thing because you didn't my experience with yours.
It can't. You interrupted me.
And that was not my experience. I'm not saying that he's a bad president. I'm not saying that nobody shouldn't celebrate his birthday. I'm just saying that my experience and my perception and what I heard was different on that day.
So can we talk, Dr. Richardson? Because I think one of your defenders want to come in. Can we talk, Dr. Richardson?
My who?
Can we please talk?
My who?
One of your defender.
My who?
Don't worry about it. You'll be okay.
Who is my defender?
Can we please talk? Can you just allow us to go ahead now, please? I want to go to Mr. Eduardo, please. Then we'll bring in Glendy.
I didn't know when you said one of my defenders want to come in. I was like,
yeah, Mr. Eduardo, can you go ahead, please?
Yeah, take the picture down.
No, I want the picture up. I know you're going to set
No, Stanton, thinking is difficult, so people judge. Look, let me say this. The President Weah was the president of the country. When you were playing a football, kicking a rubber ball around, doing all his stuff in Staten Island, nobody gave a crap about President Weah. When you can't, most of these guys, when you criticize something President Weah does that harms the country, oh, you hate the man, you can go live with the man, you and the man are equal, you jealous. This is the president of the republic, former president of the Republic of Liberia. Maybe you didn't understand what that means. The man laying in bed, in the cavalier fashion, I'll go my president, I will address the people, and no Stanton, no president goes and meet a radio talk show host in an impromptu way for 5 hours and 6 days. This is not normal. I don't know anywhere in the world where it's ever happened.
We're saying the video.
No President Weah has never, ever gone anywhere. Yet we'll sit down there and yet we'll talk for nothing. They had jobs to do. We were paying this man a lot of money to do that job. But what he does,
part of his job, Eduardo. You know that. The man is welcoming. He is welcoming his fellow Liberian home that been on a talk show. You cannot put a restriction on that. That's wrong.
But allow me to talk now. You're talking over me.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Tell you is President Weah nobody asked you about the welcoming. But do you really believe that was a time well spent? Let me ask you that.
I can answer you if you want me to answer.
I pause. We're having a discussion.
Okay, yeah, sure. Eduardo, yes, I think yes.
So why can he was right?
Yeah, but hold on now. You asked me to explain that.
Simple yes. I'll ask you to explain.
Well, you don't want me to explain.
No,
you just want me to say there's a time where
Yeah, so there was a time well spent. So the Liberian people money. Do you know how much it costs the government of Liberia every hour that the president is somewhere? Do you know what it costs? Everything got money attached to it, Stanton. It cost the people a lot of money that day.
Dwalu, let me go to Sister Glennie because again, I will say this, we need to move on. This is so wrong of you guys, or I would say some of you guys. It's so wrong. The president of the Republic of Liberia, the president of America, the president of any country can set up their schedule as they see fit. The president can work from home. The president can work from the car. That's the precedent. You cannot question. Look at this picture, and that's what hurting my feeling. Look at the Dr. Richardson here with Serena Seaforth, and look at the Dr. Richardson here, and tell me if that's not the same Dr. Richardson enjoying the atmosphere, the ambient of the hotel, sitting with the president, standing up with the president. Can you tell me, man? Come on, guys. We disagree with President Joe. We are on the politics, but let's just agree. When he appeared, the sadness of Dr. Richardson disappeared. When he appeared, look at the woman's face, folks. Those of you that can do body language, look at her eyes. As she stared up to the hills, what coming on help? And she said, my help has come.
Oh
Mr. President, welcome. Glennie, talk to us.
No,
you're here with you today.
So for many Liberians, I will let you know, you guys would be surprised that some of us didn't even know who George Weah was. I never followed football, so I'm sorry. He's not as important or didn't mean a lot in terms of his football strategies to many of you on this platform. You have to think about that. There are some of us who, and believe it, I asked my husband, be like, you didn't hear George Weah? I'd be like, no, I never heard George Weah. I was busy doing other things.
Did you know that George Weah was coming to the hotel?
I think I knew.
Were you informed that George Weah was coming to the hotel? Did you go and do your hair because George Weah was coming?
But I cross-examination, yeah?
No, I want to answer. No, I know you are going to come to our defense. I know Glennie came out of business. Go ahead and talk.
I
know Glennie came out of business. I know she just can't. She can't help it. She just can't.
I just tell you, I said, no, my suitcase got lost. I had my hair was a mess because when the heat hit my hair, it just went wild.
Dr. Richardson, that's also flying on.
Yeah, man. Anyway, let's move on, yeah.
So I listened to President Weah, former President Weah. I'm not going to comment on the position he was in, speaking to his loving supporters. I'm not going to comment on that. But I'm just going to say when President Weah continues to think that Liberian people are stupid people, that's a disservice to us. When he sit there and say, oh, he didn't know that it was going to be a surprise. No, the optics doesn't look good for them to plan a party 2 weeks ahead of time. That's Sekou Kolasco and what's the other one? Ava's son were flying all the flyers around, talking about party. He was here in Liberia. He was in Liberia. And he wants to come publicly now and say, oh, it was a surprise to people. George Weah, he loves publicity. He can't come and fool anybody and say he didn't know. He knew about it. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be in the country. He was going somewhere. So now he's coming back to say, oh, I didn't know it was a surprise. Are you kidding me? Who is he kidding? That particular part of it is a lie. Straight out. It's straight out a lie. And he needs to do better. He still don't understand that there are some Liberians who have sense and they're not vulnerable and they're not just going to continue to accept whatever he says. He knew today because they said our whole week-long celebration from here, 3 days or 4 days. We even heard it on the platform. Supporters of CDC were talking about the party. He listens. He talks to some of them, and then he wants to come and say, oh, I was so surprised. Like, really? Was that Hennessy Expo that was talking, or was that President Weah?
Okay, so I want to say thanks to all of you. Since we all weigh in on this issue of President George Manneh, we are the former president. We got to move on. I said, do we bad? Yeah, but I say let's move on. We way ahead of time, please. But I want to say to all of you, I beg you, I say, let this one end with you.
Yeah, the people on the top time talking, the people on the bottom win toggle.
Yeah, but I told you finish now. Echo. Okay, you'll be fast.
I have to respond to their attacks on me. I have to respond to their attacks on me. I was attacked. I need to respond.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
All right, after I say.
Well, be putting the picture up. Joy, 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 hallelujah, joy, hallelujah, joy. When we meet on that day, joy. Oh yeah, the reason your smiling pictures are all cute. Very nice. Wow, you look happy, that reason. You are so smiling, and you don't want to do the selfie here. This is rich. Wow. I'm admiring your pictures. You are so smiling in that mood of a person that is so happy.
So you already get a bit of time for him, and I want to talk.
Yeah, that was saying that I want to waste our time.
Waste our time.
What time? My picture, you wasting our time here. You said 30 seconds to look at picture. We have a second, we interpret picture.
Yeah, wait, man. That is how you had it, please. Please, let the man talk freely. Please.
Says Brandy, I say, yeah. Sorry, oh, mama. Hey, yeah, it can help. Hey. So, the Blue Revolution has put panic among the people. Oh, they are panicking. I'm sorry, my people. You take time from here, you eat your little rest, you drink cold water, you'll be okay. Stop panicking. Stop jittering. This is just a common man celebrating, people celebrating his birthday. That's all. I didn't know one of our brothers now can now look at how people can sit where they can be to call, where they can be, you know. Stop doing this to yourself. You can't be putting yourself in such, I don't know, man. You can't be measured. I'm sorry, but hey, calm down, people. Bring your heart down small. You will be fine. You will be fine. George Weah is having fun, and then you worrying. Look at the kind of a thing you're putting yourself through. Why would you put yourself through this kind of a thing, man? Sing with me. Joy, joy, joy. Sing with me. Let's be happy. Please. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. No, stop it. You can sing, eh? Hallelujah, joy. Oh man, do I do?
So, but let's move on. Uncle Sam, come in real quick. We gotta go, man. So everybody know we gotta talk about national issue. Uncle Sam, come in real quick.
To say that I cannot compare two iconic figures from two countries. The United States of America is one country, Liberia is another country. Donald J. Trump is selling to the American people $100,000 watch, and they are buying it. Donald J. Trump started a company, I think some kind of social media company, that made billions and billions of dollars. These are some of the most intelligent people on the planet, though. The United States of America, where they send people to space. Okay? And then you kind of come to me and say, I'm drunk, that are drinking Hennessy or something because I say that. In your country, where you're at, the man can sell people $100,000 watch. The man can do anything he wants. He can set up his own social media company, and intelligent people that I went to school with, they can buy it. Then you say, I'm drunk because some people in Liberia, in West Point, in Nukuta, Zogo, in other places, because they love George Weah and they cherish him. George Weah not selling their $100,000 watches. George Weah not selling anything to them. George Weah not talking about people eating cats. He's not talking about grabbing private parts of women. But these people who are supposed to be the smartest people in the world, the United States of America, we're sending somebody to the moon. In that country, they're worshiping a man. Why can't people idolize George Weah in Liberia? End of conversation. I'm not drunk. I will
Thank
get
you. Let
drunk
me
later
come in.
and
Let me come in.
No, Abba, wait.
No,
Abba, you can't force your way in. Abba, you can't force your way
Give me
in.
30 seconds too. You
Abba,
tell
but you
everybody
can't.
on the top. You didn't tell us on the bottom. I was on the bottom. You never called me. Give me my 30 seconds.
Yeah, but you cannot
Give me
force
my
your way
30
in.
seconds.
Abba, you cannot force your way in. You
No,
gotta
I
wait.
just want my 30 seconds. Just be
But you
fair.
don't have to. You don't have to ask for it like that. We're going to Dr. Boplet. So you wait.
How about ask? You go to a
Abba,
different topic.
you are interrupting. Let's go to Dr. Boplet first. We're begging you. Dr. Boplet, you want to close on this? Because after Abba, now we
yes,
must
thank
go.
you, CEO.
Yeah, we must go after Abba.
Thank you, CEO. I don't know what you done with Dr. Richardson tonight, but it's always a good thing when you can hang with the head of state. There's nothing wrong with hanging with the head of state, unless the head of state is Hitler. It's a privilege to hang with the head of state. And Doc, by the way, you look great on those pictures.
Thank
you. So I really want to talk about something different. We're not talking about the president. In New York, Street Child International. No, I want to talk about something different. I beg you.
Yeah, then hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
30 seconds. In New York, Street Child International reinforced their commitment to help President Boyka and the government to reach 50,000 young people, street children, and help produce promise and potential from those young people. They are ready to partner with the government, and I think that's laudable, and we look forward to that initiative and how any of us or all of us could help.
Thank you, Dr. Popley. How about your 30 seconds?
Thank you. Look, Sam, you can have your opinion. I'm saying don't reference me and put words in my mouth that I never uttered or I never said. That's all I'm saying. You can love Donald Trump, you can love George Weah, that's fine. I got no problem. Everybody have the right to their opinion. Just don't come on after we have said something that you don't know whether we praise George Weah, we didn't praise George Weah, and then categorize all of us in a bucket. That's why I detest. Nobody can put words in my mouth. I can speak for myself. So don't tell me what I said, what I didn't say. That's all I'm saying to you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So guys, let's move on. Again, we're finished with the George Weah birthday party that Duaru brought this on us. But we're done with it now. We have to leave. George Weah celebrated his birthday. He is celebrating his birthday. We wish him well. We saw the clip today. They presented the cake to him. There you have it.
Happy birthday to you, dear. What a surprise. Happy birthday to you. One shot for me. Two shots. Give me three.
Everything a surprise.
So we gotta go. We have to move on, folks. We have to move on. That's enough. Everybody has to say. We have to move on. We want to say something. So guys, I just want us to get to where the front page started from yesterday. The LDCC is investigating the government over the 15 million of budget. Well, whether you write a front page story or not, we can make this out of story today. And again, I want to just have your take. Duaru, let me come to you first. I don't know whether you have the time to read the front page.
Yes,
but the LDCC opened an investigation into the $15 million budget. I try to find the information, the confirmation to the information. What say you, Duaru? Even the news that they are investigating this government.
I like the news. I want to give some praises to this administration because at least the LDCC is somewhat gravitating towards its independence, something that could not have been done under the previous administration. While the sitting government is in charge, they are investigating themselves, and we want to see more of this. And I think the LDCC should take that posture where it becomes more and more independent. It doesn't have to wait for the president to instruct them. They have a mandate from the legislature. This is lawful. They should start the investigation. entirely independent of whatever the executive does or does not do. We have to approach governance in a way where we realize the decisions being made in government are serious matter because people's lives are at stake. This is how we should address governance. And I think I commend the LCC for this under this administration. We need to see more of this.
Glenn, what say you? If this information coming from front page, of course, I believe it. Folks are saying, well, this is a good time. The 50 million budget, off-budget expenses, not only from the executive, but from the lawmakers as well.
So I think it's a good thing, but I would like to ask, why did it become a priority right now? Are there other things that they felt that they needed to put back on the back burner and bring this forward? But an audit is always good because it keeps the government in line, and it lets the people know how you're proceeding with the funds. So we'll see if this time when they do, if this audit will yield some results, if people will be held accountable. But it's a good thing. I mean, there's so many other things that they could also be doing. But if they're doing this now also and probably doing some other audits simultaneously, I don't think it's a bad thing. If it's true, it's good.
Thank you, Glendy. As a do, I mean, is this a new thing to you? Is this a new thing, Isaac?
Well, I don't know where we stand because we were on the show a few days ago and Dwadu was saying why it said that seditions are panicking. The reports came from their own administration. It is their time. Those reports came, the audit report. And today, the better is saying somehow report now the independent. Where are we? You just said all of the other reports were reports that came from where government administration. And then somehow again, a different again today. I mean, are you this type of animal that can change its skin from blue to yellow to green all around? I don't understand. But again, thanks to President Weah, who made LCC what it is today. Now to end though, I read the stuff from Frontier Africa. Who on here believes what they're doing there will go anyway? Put your hand up.
What they doing where?
What the report from
the LCC is doing
from Frontier Africa that LCC is investigating this government. Who on here believe that thing is not a sham? Put your hand up. Let me see.
Nobody going to answer to you.
I don't know. I know that. But why are you guys doing this thing like you don't know? I mean, what is the matter with us now?
Why do you think that it's just a scam?
Oh, because people will come and just say something. Now listen to it. We all were here. We saw a report from Finance Ministry saying they had off budget expenditure. That's what they said. We will be right here. We'll see no report from LCC. What is just the matter? You know what? Don't go and say, hey, people, yeah, so be there, you do your own thing. No.
I disagree with you, though. But you called Dwadu name. Before I go to Alva, let me bring in Dwadu. Dwadu, he called your name concerning one of those.
Yeah, first of all, you can say everything he says is a lie. There's not one time what he said I did say. And calling somebody animal, you know, I said.
Thank you, because Stento didn't hear that part.
Stop this.
But no, Stento, you have to be fair. It's somebody else.
Let me stop, please. Wait,
stop. You say animal.
Dwadu is a man. That's why I gave him the chance to respond.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, sometimes I feel out of pity.
Why do you say I call somebody animal? Why would I do that?
Okay. Let me finish. Yes, I said, my brother, I said, though, a lot of times I feel sorry for him because, you know, he's a developing man. He's a man child. I have to let it go sometimes. But I'll let you go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much.
You just call a lie. You say I call somebody animal?
But the thing that hold on. The things that changes color is why. Wait, I said, hold on. The changes color is why.
I'm asking. I mean, are you this animal that can change?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes. Come here.
Guys, one at a time. I said the things that changes color is why. How you call it?
I don't know the name of.
Oh, you don't know
chameleon?
Yeah. So is that why you may I call you animal Dwadu? Man,
yes.
I talk about comprehension whole day, like everyday comprehension. They want
to. I said, give us a 9 C class, lead our team.
No, we are not there. You
we 9 C class. You believe
Ava, let's come to you. Ava, they going back to the front page newspaper. Let's come to you, Ava. LDCC open an investigation into the 15 million of budget? As a matter of fact, it's a good question as it do ask. Do you believe it will go anywhere though?
I don't know what going anywhere means.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if they find anybody guilty, they got to prosecute them. That's the role of the LSCC. They got prosecutorial authority now, so they have to do it. But look, we have said the off-budget expenses can be legal or they can be illegal. If the legislature approves it, it's legal. If not, it's illegal, and that's why they need to investigate it. What were these, expenses? What specifically did they go to? What approval did they get? Sometimes off-budget expenses are necessary. Some programs are built into certain budget, and they are off-budget. Some, like in America, yeah. I don't believe Social Security and the postal affairs are in the budget. No, they're not. They are off-budget expenses, but they are approved expenses. Now, do we have programs in Liberia? I don't know. Did those expenses that were incurred by government, did they have legislative approval? I don't know. So let LSCC investigate, and based on the investigation, we got to give them the space to investigate. And based on the investigation, if they go through in the garbage can, for example, like how Madam Selig did with the TRC report, we keep talking about it until they try to bring it out, until somebody try to act on it. That's what we do. That's our democracy. We can't go beat the people at LSCC because
we just have the conversation. Like one of the things that came up, 2.3 million unexplained. You can't justify that, right, Isaac?
But if it's unexplained,
yeah, it's right there, unexplained. Yes, Social Security is part of the United States budget, as if
no, it's not.
It is. Yes, it is. I just check it.
It has to operate regardless.
It's directly part of the United States budget. In 2023, you can go ahead and read it. It's right here. Let's go back to Liberia. Okay. I'm not. I just test Social Security that where my mind getting on Social Security from.
I'll find it and see.
That where my mind getting on Social Security from, I'll make sure that she get it. But with Dr. Boplet though, 2.3 million unexplained, Dr. Boplet. And now they have opened an investigation. I mean, even open an investigation, Dr. Boplet, I think this is welcoming though.
So the LSC is trying to do their job. But I am concerned because, when you start investigations, you need to end them. And the people need to see outcome. There were asset recovery and it was a hot button issue. We hear absolutely nothing about it anymore. So if the LSCC is going to investigate, if they do it quickly and they can report back to the public, yes. I don't want us to be a government of just scandals. I'm still waiting for the president's return, and I still strongly feel like he needs to address the nation and announce a new era where we will fight for resources for poor people, where we will start a new era of austerity, cut off government waste so that we move in the right direction. We need to excite the nation about something that's going to benefit most of the people instead of all these scandalous headlines every day. And if you're going to do this, then the LSCC need to be swift. Do your work, complete it, and report to the public. Then people will build confidence in your office. Otherwise, it's just another headline and then it goes away. I hope not.
So, Uncle Sam?
Excuse me. Drink some water. I got a little throat itch. 1 second. Okay, this is what I think. I don't think President Boycott has I won't say capacity. I don't think he has the stomach. Okay. If you've been part of this rotten system for 50 years as he has been, right? And he brings in his friends like Mr. Sylvester Brisbane, and he brings people from his Lofa place, and you got a significant number of those people in critical positions. And then he, of course, he's part of a political arrangement, right? This was coalition government. And then you form a government based upon that arrangement. So the pattern politics that is a part of that arrangement makes it difficult, if not impossible, to fight corruption and be transformative. So I haven't seen any indication that President Boyka is like a Tiawan Gonglo carrying the broom of corruption. He's not. So, and I don't also believe that people within the Unity Party can withstand any kind of sweeping thing on corruption because the government will cave in. This is an extremely corrupt government that 12 years did a lot of bad things. 66 out of 68 concession agreements, Big Ball 1, Big Ball 2, the cannibalization of NorCal, and all
you want to finish drinking and you come back. You want to finish drinking some water and you come back.
No, let me finish. I beg you. So, and my people, the reason I'm choking,
because you lied too much, so you're choking.
So my brown people, I would be surprised and I would be happy that President Boyka comes back, addresses the nation, and he talks about a new direction. Because it all happened. If Liberia does well and we move in a direction to attract private sector investment, we will all benefit. Abba will benefit with his scoping studies he's doing with this drone thing that he's doing to make sure the land value capture, all of that. He will do well. Dr. Brooklyn, an outstanding man, will do extremely well. Probably will get a foundation grant to get a PhD program at Cornell University. And if there are banks or other financial institutions coming to the country for private sector, I'm gonna get a little bit of consultancy. I'm an agent. Dwalo would get his whatever he wanted to do with his solid waste management thing, and Dr. Richardson and others would again set up their practices there. Glennie can go and set up a nursing facility. We'll all do well. So who doesn't want President?
Her law office.
Yeah. So who doesn't want President Boyka to succeed? Because the 6 years that he has, some of us may not be alive in those 6 years. Let's just be very clear about that. So every passing day that the government of Liberia does not achieve is an obstruction to our livelihood, is an obstruction to our lives. We all want President Boyka to succeed. I really do. Seriously. But the next steps are too many. So he needs to come back and chart a new course. And I pray and hope that he can chart a new course. And I'm praying for that. And when he does, I will come on this station and I will say, this is the Joe Boyka.
You will eat your socks. You will eat your socks, like you said. You will eat your socks. Glennie, you spoke already? Glennie, you spoke on this round already?
Clinton, there's one thing I want you to know. Let me say it to you publicly. Everything I aspire to want to become, I will be. My next move is law school. And that is something that I've promised to my father that I will do. That is something that he wanted me to do. And I will do it. And you will be here and you will be witness to that. Trust me.
But then we'll be there. Then we'll
when
be
I
there.
say it. Trust me and
What is okay?
So I
So
want you to know.
Well, but you spoke. Okay, we agree now. You'll be that lawyer. You make that
I will
promise,
be.
and again, when the government succeed, you will have your law firm in Liberia also. We appreciate. Have you spoken already on this issue before we go to Dr. Richardson?
What issue? The one where, no, I don't want to start choking because Uncle Sen choked enough already. I'm good.
Sometimes you want to get in for the Bassa people, but you say, "Hey, we will just let it go." Dr. Richardson.
So a lot of Liberians were concerned about corruption occurring within the budget. There were 3 funeral expenses that were in the budget. Like, for example, $65,000 to Thomas Donat. There were $30,000 to Justice.
I said, put the picture down now. We're finished with the conversation. Please put the picture down.
Please. They can do whatever they want to do. That does not deter me. I speak during stress. Whatever you're trying to do, distractions. I remember now what my feel is. I get a lot of distraction. So there were also unexplained $2 million in the budget. So a lot of Liberians were concerned. There were noise in the town, and there were noise outside of the town about corruption. So I think it's good that we have an anti-corruption agency like LSCC coming in to do an investigation. But I stand with many on this platform who said, what's going to happen next? Okay. We have had the LDEA investigation. We now get the, the campaign activity investigation and all of these scandals and investigation. But right, like somebody said, the LSCC boss said if they find any wrongdoing, that person will be prosecuted. They will take corrective measures. And that's what we are waiting to see. On the same token, if they find no wrongdoing, then they let the Liberian people know. So this is why I think this is important. They show transparency and accountability in this newly formed government. You got some more pictures?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Again, I didn't get that, Dr. Richardson. It's okay. Betty, stop laughing, please. We want to say to all of you, thank you for joining Spoon tonight. I want us to move on this whole issue about what would the president do when you go back home. We got a lot of stuff, and Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boples saying, well, I want the president. You spoke already, Isaac, no? Go ahead, Isaac. You didn't speak on the LDCC issue? When you talk about the
there's not a second round?
No. You spoke when you talk about the Social Security and the post office budget, right?
Yeah, go ahead. This is not a second round. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I'm just trying to bring this other conversation in real quick because we talk a long time on the president's birthday, the former president. Joseph Imabwaka is still here in the state, though. Some people didn't know that. I received phone call. I said, yes, the president is here. He's in Rhode Island. He should be going back home on the weekend. My question to you, Dualu, what's your expectation? We had the Amin Boda issue. We had the how you call him, Abdullah Kamara issue. We had Double Jada issue. We have issue of concern. The road, people are complaining. The statement said we cannot do anything about the road because it's raining. We have to wait. We have so many different issues that are waiting for President Bwaka. Dualu, speak to the people. Where you think the president should come in at?
I'm going to say this though. President Bwaka, I believe for the last few days or maybe a week or so, he's been out of the country. He's fully aware what's been happening to the country. Despite what people might think, he's listening. I think Honorable Bwaka has a responsibility to bring some degree of stability to the country in terms of how people feeling about different issues in the country. So like Dr. Brober said a few days ago, he has to address the country directly and speak to the various issues that are facing the country. For instance, on the issue of the road connection across the country, the 100-day deliverable he promised, he has to address that while it's not fully taking place. What happened in the Commerce Ministry has to be addressed, especially the DEA issue. What's going on there has to be addressed about disconnect in the country, people feeling that the government is not going in the right direction. He has to make a definitive statement and define a direction for those particular statement that he's going to make. So I think he's going to have to lead here heavily. That's what I'm going to say.
Let me ask you before I leave, Eduardo, should the president have a press conference, or should the president just directly address the nation with his position? Should the president put a statement out whether he would suspend, whether he would dismiss, the way forward for DEA and everything? How you want this to be done? Because a lot of, not only Liberians, but the international folks' expectation very, very hard, Eduardo.
I don't really care too much about international folk, although I understand they have a crucial role to play. But I want you to look at the Liberian people faces. Live press conference, nothing pre-recorded. Live press conference. When he's done, let him take questions from the press. I'm talking about something at least 2 hours. He has to already address some of these issues. Look, you can't come in with all the talk going around and nobody asks you a question or you release a statement. You can't do that. People will still be making up their mind. One thing a leader cannot do, you cannot allow people to be determining what you should have said, could or would have been. You have to define it. And I think Honorable Bwaka has to define that.
Glenn, what say you? On the same thing, says Glenn, what say you?
So I think it will be a good thing for him to not ignore the things that are being happening, because people, the citizen will want to know if these things that have been happening in the country, if the president is informed. I mean, we can assume that he's informed, but because there's been a delayed response from him, so we can think that maybe he doesn't know what's going on. I think a press conference, like Dwalu said, and if he can't stand up for 2 hours or an hour, sit down. But I think some of these things need to be addressed. I don't think we need to constantly keep hearing from the information minister and the press secretary. I think he needs to do a full-scale press conference to allow the journalists in Liberia, the press in Liberia, to be able to ask him questions that some people will want to have answers to. I hope that when he returns, that we will get some kind of response to some of these things that we've heard about, and it will just not keep being on the table with no redress or passing to the next thing. I think he needs to address the Amin Modal situation. That's primary, I would think, because it's still trending. It hasn't stopped. And I also think he needs to address the Camara issue. I mean, whether he's going to do, but the primary one, the first one will be DEA. We need to, I keep saying, you cannot have people suspended from a job for almost 5 months and still no redress. That's something that he has to
Glenny, if the president come up right now, tomorrow, enter Liberia and say, listen, I'm going to form a committee. Glenny is a chair on this, Dwalu is a co-chair on this. Let them investigate. I gave them 1 month. Would you accept that? Would you take another?
So to investigate who again?
I mean, for them to come up with finding we need investigation on Amin Modal, we need investigation on Abdullah or Kamara Doe, the other report show, you know, we need time with the LDA. I mean, would that satisfy the people, you think?
I think so, Stanton, because it will give the people, it may not be 100% satisfactory, but it will give the Liberian people, it may quench their thirst to the place where they will say, at least now we know the president knows what's going on. So it may not be a fix-it answer, but it will mean that
we got 3 or 4 different sets. We got the Amin Modal. We got, actually, if you look at Abdullah Kamara, the other report already showed him. What more are you going to investigate?
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you the different scenario. Are you going to say suspend them, then investigate, or keep them there? Because the tension is high in the country. I can say to you today, you're in our chat room. They were chasing Amin Modal children, the car the children were in. Amin Modal had to go to work in his wife car, and they took the car home. The tension is getting so high in the country. So how can the president cool down the hot blood, Glenny?
I think, Stanton, one of the things that will cool it down may not be an immediate fix, like I say, but that he needs to be able to speak to his citizenry. So if that speaking means not just coming up and reading a speech, but taking questions, answering questions in detail, telling people, and then speak to the Liberian people. These people, Joseph Boyka is a celebrity too in his right. People like him regardless of how old people may think he is. People still like him, people still want him, people still gravitate towards him. So I think he needs to be able to take that first initial step to speak to the Liberian people, do a press conference, however it is, but they want to hear from him. And he needs to address the DEA situation immediately. That's something that's been happening for a while.
Thank you, Glenny. Alva, let me come to you there. We'll keep asking and Dr. Rich is here on the same side for a bit. Let me come to you on this topic. The president will be going home this weekend, Alva. You've been hearing stuff, you know people, a lot of stuff on the president days. They've been having meetings, as you say. The advisors, some of them are still here. They've been engaging. I've been so cool because I do not want to put out some information. But again, Liberian people, they are waiting. President Joseph Boyka will come. Then what, Alva? What do you think their expectations are right now?
Well, I said it before. I believe the president, in that capacity, he needs to communicate with his people. That gotta be a standard thing. Look, leadership is not easy. And when you got the reins of power, you have to be able to take that heat. Not everything the president say will be acceptable to people. But you just said, wherever his desk pile up with different things. How do you clear your desk? You got to build some level of efficiency in clearing your desk and in dealing with outstanding issues. if you don't have the automatic decision making, build a matrix for decision making. If the thing happened today, you're the first level of people I will ask to investigate. You're the second level of people I will ask to review. Then they will come to me for us to make that decision and just keep that flow. But you can't keep things that festering in the public space that may be angering people or that may cause people to be incited on your desk without making your decision. So I hope the president comes prepared to at least make a statement to his people. He doesn't have to be there 1 hour or 2 hours. It can be succinct and to the point. But he needs to address the public and share what his position is on the critical outstanding issues.
Thank you, Alva. Dr. Poplar?
I've said before, I'll say again, the president, I think, should come and address the nation. His address will build confidence in the public. It will show his connection between himself as the leader and the people he's leading, the challenges they're facing. It will demonstrate that he cares and that he's in touch with the reality of the people. He also needs to declare in his address that he is going to handle a lot of these situations we've been talking about, and he's going to do it swiftly. I don't expect, and I wouldn't advise, that he on the platform say, I'm going to fire this person, do this. But I expect that he will say these issues will be addressed and be addressed quickly. That speech will put the president in a place of power, and it will give the population hope. I just want to say this. We often, and I read the chat, I get texts from people, phone calls, and it's amazing how we're trying to be so diligent. This person need to be investigated. Wait until the court get involved. It's an injustice. We just fire this person. Listen, you know what injustice look like? Injustice look like a resource-rich country with so many poor people. That's injustice. Injustice is building a modern society where so many people don't even have bathroom and open defecation happening every day. That's injustice. Injustice is driving in your big cars with siren and dodging the trash on the street every day, but you've not put one plan in place to clean the city. That's injustice. Injustice is teachers who go to school and can't get paid on time. Injustice is securing cars for legislators, but no buses for our children who have promising potential. That's injustice. And the president needs to stand on the podium or sit and show that he is going to be the champion of ordinary people. Everybody who started his government don't have to continue. He needs to be decisive. No more investigation on these matters. He needs to make decisions.
Dr. Poplar, thank you very much. And we're ready to appreciate your contribution. Uncle Sam.
So I don't know why people expect President Boyka to be this transformative leader and nothing in his history
Is that me?
No.
Okay, Uncle Sam. All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Asido, then Dr. Richardson will be last on this. Asido, so we can get Uncle Sam back.
Yeah. So what do we expect from the president on his return? Are we talking about another speech? Do we still need speeches in our country, or do we need action? Are you saying LDEA that has been there for 4 months, the president should come back and give another speech about it, or the president should come back and tell us his action? Are we saying LTA issues, the president should come and read another book, or someone will write again, or should he be telling us what he is doing? Action. The president was swift in suspending the previous heads of LTA. He didn't even wait for any report in no time. So I don't expect the president to come out with other speeches here. If the president wants to show like, okay, yeah, we forgive you. It's been as long as it's been. This is time for action now. We have since past speeches. We have since past long press conferences. Like every time the president meets someone, you go on Executive Mansion website, you see this long kind of a speech thing they put there like press conference. We've since past that now. It should be about action now. Action. What are you doing? So if the president comes back and gives another speech again, it is just a continuation of plenty talk, no action. But we need action. We don't need to talk speeches, long press conferences here and there. It is not solving problem. The country is going haywire. I mean, prices all rising up. Everything is going yamaskata. We need action, not speeches, not words, not book, not long press conferences. It's not going to help. We need action. And that's the only thing I will look up for. I mean, if he wants to do anything, although we don't expect anything anyways, but we need action, not words, not speeches.
Well, thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Let allow you to finish up, and Dr. Richardson will come in.
So the thing is like this. In the last 9 going to 10 months, I have not seen President Boycott take any firm action that demonstrates that he has it within him to make the hard decisions. See, running a country, my friends, you have to alienate some people. You have to make some of your friends feel bad, and even your own political party. I don't see it within this man that wants to confront, to be harsh. I just don't see it in him. Okay. Today I was talking to one of his, not inner circle, but somebody who's very, very close to him, very close friend of mine. And he said to me, and we have a very good conversation all the time because we trust each other, right? So we can have that kind of conversation. So I said to him, what are you guys doing? He said, look, Sam, the president needs to take some very, very hard decisions because it's getting to the point right now where the reigning narrative is that the president is weak. So he has to demonstrate some strength. And so I said, well, how does he manifest that? He said he will have to let some people go. He said, because we have a government that was formed based upon an alliance and not based too much upon competence, so there's a little government of accommodation. We can accept that, right? But it is not just about a government of accommodation. It has to be a government that the people, not the political parties that brought you to power, it is the people that once they support your agenda, you can be very harsh with the legislatures to put them in place. You can be harsh with your ministers because you have to have the people on your side. And if Boycott loses the support of the Liberian people, it will be very bad for the country because the country could go helter-skelter someplace else. So we're really begging that President Boycott comes and he, for once in his life, demonstrate that he can make some hard decisions. And I can agree with Dr. Brockland. Okay, we live in Gay Town, and we sit and my wife sits on the porch in the morning, and she sees these women with a bucket, tying a lapa, going to these outhouses to take a bath. And she puts her hand on her head. She says, 177-year-old country? I said, yes. I said, I saw that in 1964 when I was a little boy. That's 60 years later. Post-war, 21 years. What's obstructing the development of this country? We argue back and forth all the time. We disagree. That shouldn't matter. The people who are in power should take the bull by the horn and say, this is the direction we are going in. Maybe we're not pushing them hard enough.
Thank you.
That's where I stand.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, you want to close on this, please?
I rest my case on this matter. Dr. Brockland said it all when he spoke about the injustices in Liberia.
So let me ask you, Dr. Richardson, if President Walker returns, when he returns, and 1 week, 2 weeks passes by, what say you without any action?
I will reiterate, Dr. Buckler spoke and said that President Buckeye and many of you on the platform said needs to speak to the Liberian people. He needs to examine some of the root causes of the injustices in Liberia and hit it head on. He needs to take questions from the audience. He cannot be like the previous president who very rarely had or never had a press conference at all. In order to connect and engage with the citizens of Liberia, I think Glennie mentioned that, he has to be very actively involved in communicating with the Liberian people, be a hands-on president. You cannot be waiting for other people to tell you the news about what's going on in your country. Even if people believe that you're not a transformer president, a transformative president, you got to change. There's room for change for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Dualu, your last word on this thing. If President Walker returns and a week or two passes by, what say you?
I know sometimes some of our brothers in the UP believe if something is spoken about here, it is to the extent that Honorable Bwaka, President Bwaka, is being given instruction. No. This is responsible civic duty that the Constitution literally bequeaths to us, that we can petition our government to define the direction for the society. This is not suggesting how the president should govern. But we are just saying, as citizens, there's a direction our country is going in that we do not like, and we are appealing to the leadership to provide the kind of leadership that's going to change the direction of the country, to kind of counter the injustices that Dr. Buble spoke about. Because if we don't counter it, it's going to grow. And after a while, it will bust, as we say in Liberian parlance, and we don't want it to bust. And this is why we talk.
Do you have hope, Dualu? Do you have hope, though? Do you think?
I don't want to say it because Stanton, you know my views about Liberia. I believe everything is too slow. I believe nothing is being done, not just under this administration. Even sometimes when I hear my beloved brother Asido say things about how there's no decision, President we didn't make decisions either. And one of the reasons why President Bwaka came to power, to be a counterbalance to what was not done. When I see the country continuing in that same vein or similar vein, it hurts me, because I expect something far greater than what we saw before. So when I have hope, Stanton, it's a valid question. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the top hope that I have, I will put my hope at 4.
4?
4, yeah.
But do you believe that, or, and I know I'm going to Glendy after this, that especially this LDA issue, that will be resolved upon the personal return, or we'll have another delay? I know you stay up.
Yeah, stay up. I got no idea. Yeah.
Glendy, the same thing, Glendy. What say you?
I want to hope that he does something about this center, and I'm advocating for that, because whether he fires them or he lets them stay, he needs to act on this. I mean, we've had other issues, other things that we wanted to hear redress from, we didn't. But this one is something that he also is just coming off the back from the UN meeting. And he expressed that that is the first thing that he's working on in his government. It would be good to show that, yes, he is doing that by showing that we do have the right people, or the right people in the right position as it relates to drugs in Liberia. So that's something that is primary for him. If he doesn't do anything immediately, he needs to address that, because he has already gotten some criticisms on his speech, because people are wondering, this championing of the drugs in Liberia that you spoke of, what is it that you're really doing when you're not able to harmonize the issues that's there right now? So he needs to act on that. I would hope that would be the first thing that he does.
Asido.
Yeah, I'm still standing by what I said earlier on. I don't think there's any change in what I believe in. I think after more than 170 years, Liberia don't need voice anymore. Liberia actually needs action, and I think only action alone, like Uncle Sam says, and I said exactly. If you are a leader, president, your most important thing is to take decision. You have to take decision. It's not, 4 months, 5 months, 3 months, you're just dragging the thing, and nobody knows what's going on, and then everything is going here and there. Nobody knows the direction is in. I thought That's not the way you want the country to be. I mean, I'm sure President Boakai can attest that Liberia has not been better since he assumed the office of the presidency. I mean, his partisans, those who support them, even those in government who admit that the country isn't doing, it's not close to doing better. Let's hope that it does, because a good Liberia is a good time for all of us. But the truth is, it is not. Things seem to be going back instead of going forward. We can play all of the politics. We can talk all of the talk and the propaganda. That's okay. But the real truth is Liberia isn't taking a step forward. It seems to be there was a start, and then the country starts to go a little backward. That's not what we want. President Boakai needs to take decisions. He needs to take action. To me, we should go beyond this again. Like I said, very long press conferences every single day, establishing committees, go do the other investigation. 3 months later, we know what the investigation is, and then another investigation. Weeks later, then another investigation. What kind of a thing is that? The old man been into this thing, from what I'm told, for some 40 to 50 years. How did he manage over the 50 years he's been there? I'm sure he should be taking actions now.
Thank you. Alcid, Va.
I mean, it's like repeating the cycle. And I think we should give that space for the president to come and see what happens. There are a lot of issues. There are a lot of issues, and a lot of people need to do their work. Some people are working, some people are not working. That's one of the reasons why I wanted the NEMO people to go a little deeper to see where this government really is in their analysis. Just ongoing or completed doesn't tell a story. And then in that way, they can actually review those people who need to be let go, whether because of incompetence or because of corruption. So it's about action for me most of the time. That's what I'm thinking for the president. But historically, and for the people who know him, he has been slow to action. You know, he probably weighs a decision over and over before he comes to conclusion. You know him better, Stanton. What do you think the president's space would be, especially if he comes the first 2 weeks and doesn't do anything? What would be your approach in terms of how you engage him or how you react to him in the public?
I think the president will take action. I think the president will. I do believe he will. It may not be to the liking of most of us, especially the opposition, but the president will speak to some of these issues. The LDA, I believe he got his mind made up and he will address it. That I'm positively sure. At some point, we believe that the president said, okay, I will take action, but later on he pulled back. The investigation may have been completed. They submitted a recommendation, but there's a lot of tweaking that was being done in the back. And people say, well, you know, go ahead, Ava.
No, I'm going to ask you again. Will there ever be a decision a president makes that everybody likes? No, never. So you got to make the decision.
But just to take it from you, since you asked me, I do believe what is happening right now, and let me say this very clearly. I spoke to some folks in Unity Party, some of the leaders. If the president failed to take action on his own, like Amin Modal and Abdullah Kamara, and we heard the name Roland Guinness coming up, and other people. Now, don't ask me why these names coming up. These people are having their own backyard discussion, right, Ava? And then if this thing happening and the president say, well, I'm going to hold back, that's the end of fighting corruption in the country. I can say this on the show. That's the end for this government. The end of fighting corruption, finish. What have just happened within the last 3 weeks? Because, you know, like Lenny said, the thing started when the president was in Indonesia. From there, he went to China. When the Abdullah Kamara thing came up, you remember, and was discussed on the show. And but if for any reason if for any reason President Joseph Boakai returned to the nation and everything just stayed quiet, 1 week, 2 weeks, the fight against corruption is over. Because those guys in power will care less. Then you already know that the cartel have taken over. This is the battle of the soul of Liberia. If nothing happened within 2 weeks upon the president return, press conference or without press conference, that President Joseph Yima Boakai people are saying from Unity Party they will give up. People are saying that some of them will resign because they came into this administration to fight corruption. And you and myself with Job will laugh here and there, but tell me, I want you to close for us to go to Dr. Bople and Uncle Sam will finish this thing. Tell me, President Boakai going back to the country, I mean, more than $96,000 car. It was submitted by LRA. You saw the document, you saw the letter. Whether you say, okay, it's legal here and there, it's nothing legal to buy a car, $96,000. The trash is what? $45,000. It's a lot of explanation. The issue right now, we're in our chat room, forcing Amin to show that wonderful receipt of $18,000 and change. The receipt is like a society bush, it can come up, right? But what we have, and we're waiting for Amin to bring us some kind of bogus receipt, and then we challenge LRA and the custom or Samoa. Then we question them because we know what we have in our possession. That's why we gave peace at the time. But these things are troubling for Unity Party, the party as a whole. And Dwalu, how can our Unity partisans say that fight these guys then from Georgia government, but then our own trying to justify the reason why they took stuff that is so illegal broad daylight?
Senator, look, it beats any common sense. It beats any common sense. Look, our people expect way more from this administration than they did from the president we are. I am not joking. There's a lot more expected because the mantra we came with, and Ogusen can better articulate this than I can, is we came to literally rescue the country. And part of the definition of rescuing something is countering something that was countering to the forward march of the country so you can bring it back to balance and improve upon it. Are we doing that? It is not my question to answer. It is the president's.
Well, you know, before Dr. Richard said, after you're done, let me add this one real quick. You know, these people that we're just talking about, the Commerce Minister, Amin Modal, the Abdullah Kamara, the Rodan Guineas, the Double Jala, you know, there are more of them.
Of course.
You have not seen something yet. I will stop this far because even within the executive mansion, you know what is happening? But I would say to my fellow Liberians, if somebody, we get angry sometimes, Unity Party people speak. They speak as if to say they are speaking to the president and they know his decision. But I have come to realize that no, most of them don't. So therefore, they speak in their own interest. They speak as if the president telling them, I will not do anything. And this is okay for people to steal from the government and continue on this path.
So
more information to president, and therefore when the president gets to know the whole information, then the same people come to appeal. But I thought we can continue this tomorrow. I want to bring it that
to just quickly. Look, the reality is a program like this is good for the president. Because let's be honest, the people who are around the president will feed the president limited amount of information. From what I've seen, the immediate circle, there's nobody who gives the president a holistic picture of something where the judgment is just up to him. I think they drive him towards a decision point. And that limits, you know, how wide, you know, source the president information is that goes into his decision making. How he changes that, I don't know. But he probably needs to shake up the mix of the advisors around him and the input he gets, because that's the only way he can really start making balanced and effective decisions. Because you can tell that some of these decisions they are the ones who make troubling to him.
Yeah,
that's troubling. That way he can come out quickly and make them.
Hey, guys, making talk all that will be my line moving forward, because sometimes I really want to say, so look at LTA, look at all the new projects about the new building. It's not a new building, of course, because when I started that building, but you know how much have been put out there for the building illegally without PPCC. I put in the chat room today when somebody commented about that building, and we'll be talking about that story. It's a lot, but how much does this president know Dr. Boble. And as Ava said, who is in charge to tell Mr. President? And what are they telling him? And how much are they giving him, Dr. Boble? And that's the trouble right there for our country.
So I don't know the inner workings of the presidential office. But the president is the president. He has power. If I were giving him some advice on many of the matters, Stanton, that we've been discussing, with all of the cloud, the shroudedness, the uncertainty, it's not a right or wrong issue right now. It's what's beneficial for the majority of the people. I will let go of some people and I will bring in new people. But this time, you know how this thing works. The president don't personally know everybody, but all of the interests bring their lists and they bring their people. But this go around moving forward, everybody in a strategic position, I would say from a deputy minister up to a director, that I will call that person in my office and share with you my personal values and expectation, and that there will be a zero tolerance for anything, any indiscretions that will adversely affect the image and the people of this country. I would do that. I think that's a good use of the president's time, instead of just depending on his friend A or this other person B to reference that person. I would sit him down and say, listen, you do a job. Here are my personal expectations. Here are my values. This thing must always be about the people and never just about you. If it ever goes the other way, there'll be a zero tolerance. I think you need to start to make some shift, change some people, and move in a different direction. And I think if you start to do that, this whole conversation would change, and there will be confidence building around the country.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. You want to finish up on this because we are wrapping up again. Before Uncle Sam, before you come in, let's announce, because John Amos visited Liberia during the days of, a lot of people saw him, the bicentennial. He passed away today at the age of 84. So again, we want to announce and we want to recognize the legend. Good time. John Amos, who passed away today at the age of 84. Uncle Sam, please.
Look, okay, I just want to take everybody back. Anything that you're doing has a foundation, it has an origin. And the origin of this administration, let's go to the inauguration, the $600,000 that were budgeted for the inauguration, and how the scandal and the president dismissed the scandal and did nothing about it. If you ever remember that. Okay. The second thing was Sylvester Brisbane ordering NASCAR hundreds of thousands of dollars for 5 cars. That was not just only corruption, but it was clearly a contravention of the Constitution. You're not in power. You stole money. Nothing was done about it. Then we saw his Minister Mamaka try to bring in, announce at their retreat, 285 yellow machines. Those of us who condemned it were considered to be unpatriotic because we were questioning the development of the country, if you remember that. But some of us who involved in equipment leasing knew that 285 yellow machines, there had to be a procurement, there had to be invoices, there had to be something about it. Nothing was said about it, but they paraded those machines. They paraded those machines, and those machines are still sitting at the barracks. Nothing has been done. Then we heard about the invoice that were presented, $80+ million. A difference of between $50 to $60 million. That was theft on a massive scale. Nothing was done to that. Then on June 26th, you saw the fracas at the LDA office where people with weapons. And it was almost a fight at the Orchid Corral. That That doesn't require any thinking to make a quick decision on the fracas because a possibility of the loss of human lives was involved. But it's June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. 5 months. The issue of the roads, no car stock in 100 days. When we try to say that this is not an effective policy, but the administration wanted to do something political, so they claim they didn't spend $22 million, okay? But they say they spent $9 million. But today, one of the eyesore of this administration are those trucks and automobiles and other things that are lined up on those roads. They can't go to the southeast. They go down into La Côte d'Ivoire. So lastly, people will say, but George Weah did all these things. What did you do? You don't know me. I was one of the greatest and strident critical president.
Hey, Uncle Sam, we gotta go. But Uncle Sam, let me tell you about the issue now. Thank you.
2021, because that would be the response to some people on this platform.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
I criticized George Weah for 3 years.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you.
For 3 years, I criticized George Weah. And
Uncle Sam, we gotta close the show.
When the CPP disintegrated, that's when I went to support George Weah.
Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Sam.
I criticized George Weah. Let the record reflect that I criticized George Weah in a very strident manner.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. And again, you went back and you supported George Weah.
Yes, because I saw the opposition was zero, and it's a manifestation of who they are today.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We gotta go. We gotta welcome our sister Fatima. Fatima, we'll keep you for the closing because the show is over. Okay, it's good to have you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can announce that the president is in Rhode Island. We can also announce that the president will be back home this weekend by the grace of God. I mean, let's discuss Liberia. In your closing, can you please remember this, my one single question? It is important for us to all understand. Dwalu and then Dr. Richardson, then we'll go to Sister Glendy and the rest of the team. What is happening in Liberia today is like a stockpile, Dwalu. Every day is a new layer. Somebody just reminded me and said, you're going to discuss the LRA. There's a reason why I have back on LRA. Anybody know anybody from LRA? If you just know anybody from LRA, send Joe Weah up to Preston. Just reach out to them. Thank you, Abba. Just reach out to them. It's one thing to another. If you're a unity party, just ask yourself, will we survive this? Dwalu, I know you come to close, but man, the back conversation is getting louder, Dwalu. The unity partisans, they are angry. I'm not talking about just the member, I'm talking about the leaders. They can't come up and speak, but most of them are talking about the real unity partisans, not people that came from other political parties and get position, Glendy. No. The real unity partisans that, like Dwalu said, we came to rescue. They're angry because they feel, and let me make this my closing, Dwalu, they can come in. They feel within themselves that they are not rescuing. I'm not going to call any name, but you can figure it out. I'm not talking about the Johnny just come through another party or Johnny just come and let in the game, though. I'm talking about the real unity partisan that know what it means to go the game for another 6 years under the government that you have no job and no place to be and you cannot travel, but you will stay in Liberia. Those people suffer. So given the opportunity now, they want to prove themselves. But instead, we have folks that are strangulating them, that to play. We have folks that are strangulating them. And the good man is not allowing them to make the case. I leave this for you, my fellow Liberian. Come back again and join us tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday, the 2nd of October. Come back and join us tomorrow. And here's something strange.
But today, through my conversation and everything, I still got hope. Me, I still do. I still got faith in Joseph Yema Boakai. Except when down the line and Joseph Yema Boakai have a change of heart, I still believe that something will happen. I do. I seriously believe that something will happen. Liberia is about to shake. Liberia is about to move from one place to another place. And let's just wait a little more. Let's just wait. May God bless you, man. May God keep you. May God help our country. Now, every day we come here, we laugh and we joke. If you're really serious, you think that you really want to be serious, turn CNN on. Or 10 MSNBC or 10 Al Jazeera. But if you come to Liberia, we want to cool the tension because everybody blood boiling. Until we can just quiet everything down and discuss the issue, we are all Liberians. Mr. Dualu and the people that you reach is seen. And when Glennie come back, it will be Glennie, Asido, Asiva, Dr. Bople, Uncle Sam, and then Fatima will take us home.
Yeah, everybody, man, guys, great show today. To the audience, as always, thank you for being here and thank you for keeping us engaged. The president has a massive burden. It is a burden he asked for, and it's a burden that he must bear. We will remain the supporter of this administration. We will continue to push the administration to do right by the Liberian people. I still have no doubt that Honorable Boakai will do the right thing by the people. The only thing I will ask is for the pace to be quickened so the people can be responded to. I speak about job creation every chance I get because some of this flare-up is from not having job in the country. Most of the young people have nowhere to turn, and they can't feed their family. The government cannot take on everybody. I'm not expecting the government to solve all our problems. In fact, nobody's entitled to any kind of government job in our country. What you are entitled to, that Dr. Purpose said, is to create economically viable conditions in our country, or Uncle Sam said rather, that we all can get jobs or create jobs in the country so the country can grow. This is all we ask about. This is all we pray about. This is what we wish for. We talk here not out of malice. I will continue to say this. But we have to be passionate about this country. It's something that's going to change. But Stanton, before I close, I'm getting some disturbing news from back home. I hope it's not true. About somebody chasing government officials that bought an expensive vehicle. I'm not going to say the name just yet because I don't know the details of this. If children are involved in anything, you cannot involve children. If Dualu bought a car illegally and my children in that car, please, you can't go after the children. You can't do that. You're crossing the line by a mile. That's crossing the line. We can't be meddling our government business with children. If anything, wait till the children are not in the car. Whatever you want to do, go to the police and let them address it. Go to the police. You cannot take the laws into your own hand, especially when children are involved. If this is true, this is disturbing. This is not good for the country. But once again, man, to the audience, to everybody, y'all thank you plenty, y'all. Y'all thank you for coming and keeping us engaged. The good messages, the bad one. Either way, we forced to swallow it because, like Dr. Francis said, we got to put on iron jacket. And my own strong.
Yeah, well, that's strong jacket.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I'll just say that it was a great show, and I'm just looking forward to the day where the injustices that Dr. Barbara spoke about today will be effectively and immediately addressed. I think that we're slow in doing so. As I come every day, I say we are behind, and it's very true. I'm looking forward to the day where, clinics can be populated with machines like CT machines and different diagnostic tools where people who are in need can use it instead of flying to Ghana or Nigeria or India, for medical attention. I'm just looking forward to the day where, people can make a choice to buy $100,000 sneakers sold to them, like Uncle Sam said, that's what happened here in the United States versus making a choice between getting food, or go to a party just because that's a place that they'll find food to eat. So I'm looking forward to a better Liberia, and that's why I come here every day to speak. It's not that I can't stay here in this country, but Liberia is my home. Liberia is where my neighbor's drinks were buried. That's the place where my parents were born and I was born. So that's why I come here and speak. So I thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. It's good to have you on, as always. Sis Glennie?
Wow, Dr. Richardson, you said that Stanton did not counteract that. I'm glad that you were allowed to say that you were born in Liberia, proud Liberian. I'm so proud of you, Dr. Richardson.
It doesn't mean that I believe it. We just got to close the show.
Look at trouble. But anyway, it was a great show. I'm reading on Spoon a post about the foreign minister being able to secure a deal, $100 and something million deal with the EU. That's exciting, and we hope it does go through. So kudos. Great show. We anticipate that when President Barker returns, we're anxious, but we want to see him make some decisions. I share what Dwalo is saying. People should not take the law in their own hands. People should, everyone has the right to have their day in court, no matter what the situation is. We hope that this is, I know Stanton mentioned it a little earlier. Also, I think, and I read it somewhere else also, we need to ensure that we all need to be safe, but we want a better Liberia, and that there's a way that we can do it, to be able to alert the government officials on the things that are not approved and the things that are not right as they govern our country. So we just need to be cautious, and so that everyone is safe and we don't take the laws in our own hands. So great show. It was good being here. Thank you.
Oh, so thank you, Glendy. I'm going to just finish up with our sister them and, with Betty Payne, that listen to them. Then we'll come to the men at least to go home.
At least someone in here tonight because they don't wait for us.
The Dwalo can't wait for anybody. So at least you're talking to your brother Dwalo. You are talking to your brother Dwalo. Fatima, go ahead.
I'm the first person here.
You're right, Dwalo. You are.
I thought you said I was going to take us home. But anyway.
I'm afraid I can't keep you for last. Please do it now. Let's go through it.
We jumped down.
But anyway, so the beautiful ladies on the show, the panelists, Dr. Richardson, whom I love and admire, my lady G Che, and the men, most of whom I like to see. I just want to say, it's always a pleasure to be here on Spoon, and when I'm driving from work to listen to my fellow panelists and hear what you guys have to say. And of course, to the viewers, I've just been laughing here, hearing Van Roy just telling me how to leave Unity Party, like I was a Unity partisan. But anyway, and also, to create an atmosphere where we are educating the minds of our people, creating awareness to them and making them aware to make informed decisions. I heard a lot of things when I was driving, coming. I don't even know where to start. But most of all, as a social worker, I heard, human dignity being expressed by Dr. Brookler. He talked about the importance of things that we need to be angry about. And those things touched me because who is a person who can basically not have, health care, life dignity, and the pursuit of their own happiness? So to come and see people in our country, to go there, live away from Liberia, come back and see people still using the latrines and people still doing that. The oldest republic on the continent is a shame. This president, I know that he will make firm decisions. People are speaking about it every day. People are talking what matters most. And it's not out of hatred. It's not out of anger, although some people wish they could have done it, but they've been in government for many years and nothing basically was done. But I think the president is going to actually do right by the Liberian people who put him there. It took everybody to walk under that dirty water rain to make him president. And he understands the needs of the Liberian people. He understands what is at stake. Countries were not built overnight. I know this president is going to try to take a Rwanda approach and move our country forward. But it takes a collective effort. All of us, each and every one of us, to come together, to unite for a better Liberia. I mean, to criticize is okay. But sometimes let's look at some things that are going on in the country that are things that we are happy with. We're happy that Liberian people came together and brought this government to power. We're happy that Liberian people can stand here with no fear and talk about their government each night and express how they feel, what they want, because what we want is a country that we all are proud of, a country we can go back to, a country that I'm proud to be retiring by age 55 to go back to my country to pursue what is left of me, make my farm, do whatever, be there with the love of my life and do what we have to do. So my people,
I enjoy that part.
There is no other man they want like than a Liberian man. I can't wait. There is no good man in the world better than a Liberian man. So to go back home and pursue that and live our Liberian men to be our country, bring our country to the standard that we need to be is something that I'm proud of. So the viewers, I thank you every day for coming to listen to us. To get some informed CEO one die only he only
Get your polio, let them talk.
No man, he will not tell nobody. But anyway,
they're putting you in the energy. So thank
you so much for listening to us, and I thank you for making Spoon a popular show. Liberia is getting there. Liberia will get there with collective effort. We'll move our country forward. Viewers, thank you. Panelists, some of you, thank you very much. Proud to be here.
Thank you very much. Yet and still, I do not believe that you have a man. Alva, please go ahead.
Let him talk.
Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Okay, I'm not on mute. So let me start by apologizing to Uncle Sam for saying, I think he came from flipping or something. But he just want to talk to say, my man, you know what you're talking about. So Uncle Sam, if you feel offended, I'm sorry for offending you.
I'm never offended by you. You're from Broad Street. You're grown up boy.
Yeah, the banana talk again. That's also banana piggy. Continue and close.
So I mean, you're from Broad Street. That you ought to behave.
I'm from the Rocks. I'm from Rocktown. And I spent some of my time in West Point too. But anyway, Fatima, all that laughing. Somebody inboxed me and told me that my friend had a boyfriend that shot black basketball. So tell him I say hello.
Who your friend?
Oh,
my boyfriend.
This is a big level from that. We're breaking you.
This is a family show, please. This is a family show.
Please.
Okay. Fatima, I apologize.
This is a family show.
I apologize too.
So boyfriend and husband better than our family issue?
No, than our family leader.
No, I won't guess what you are supposed to
talk about.
No,
if you're not married to a Zulu prince or a Zulu king, that means that your own love not important. Liberian princess and Liberian princesses are all valuable too. I thank you, yeah. We married.
All right. Sorry, we just want to end the show.
I give up.
So on a serious note,
yo, we miss single to your dad. Go ahead, Ava.
On a serious note, I would just advise all of us to be like a little cautious on how we speak to the people, how we target, certain officials, and how we communicate to them what they have done. Our people, sometimes they act and they don't know the consequences of their actions. And I think, Stanton, you mentioned that people were hitting on Amin Ka. Jalo didn't want to call a name, but there could be other potential incidents because somebody can be across the street and just tell, one of our disenfranchised brothers and sisters and say, "Look, go break that person's window. Yeah, 200 LD, or go do something." They will do it. They will disrupt because all they want to do is get that fixed at that moment. So we gotta be careful. And they themselves probably sometimes they can listen to the radio and they already feeling disenfranchised. They may take actions on their own as well. So we gotta be careful how we do that. But in terms of the economy, look, food is critical. I saw a bag today with somebody for 2 grapefruit from one of the supermarket exclusive, I think, for $8 and something cents. 2 grapefruit. Okay. So our government need to look into food security for our people. And you do that by empowering the small farmers. We need to look at the pricing structure. We need to look at the food that incoming into the country and the food that we can grow into the country. We need to support these people on different growing programs. We need for government to make sure all the food that any government program provides feeding, whether that the Happy Meals or whatever Merry Meals that the UN supported or anything related to government, it got to be primarily domestic, except we cannot find a domestic supply of rice or any other ingredient. Then we go outside of that. That will help our small farmers grow. That will be able to offtake anything they produce for them to be okay. Then we got to support the instruments that can help them produce, whether that's helping them clear the land by having some, centralized, mechanized equipment across the country in different regions, or whether it's about helping with some of the expensive things around food growth, right? Like fertilizer, because we can go, the amount of waste, the amount of food waste we have, we can go to organic waste composting and do organic fertilization in our country. There's things that can be done to do that, and they need to support that. And then I'm happy that Madam Sarah Beslow was able to secure that $120 million US, because I think I want the equivalent for 108 euros. Because they say direct budget support. They say, women issue, gender violence, which is one of the big things I'm against as a person. And then public-private partnership. Through public-private partnership, we can create a lot of jobs. We can target specific sectors to empower Liberians in for them to elevate. We can really focus on Liberianization that we claim supposed to be for Liberians. For Liberianization, it's not limited to those 16 sectors. It should be expanded in terms of our role in these different concessions, especially when they have the country plan about how to promote Liberians step by step. The different jobs that foreigners are doing that Liberians can actually do, from waitresses to cash register at supermarket and restaurants and all those kind of things. So the Ministry of Labor, I don't know when the minister is coming, but he needs to answer a lot to those kind of activities. So job creation is very vital, and we're excited about it. And also the opportunity for Liberians to connect. We stay divided. So hopefully when we look at this Liberia Diaspora Annual Return that will be in December, people will come together, people will try to unify, and people will come with that intent to break down these barriers and these complexes we have about each other. Because we got to be honest, the people in the diaspora think certain things about the people on the ground. The people on the ground think certain things about the people in the diaspora. So until we can come together with a high level of integrity and openness to engage each other, we'll still be divided. So again, CEO, thank you for the show. I think we are making difference to a lot of different people with the diverse views that we bring to the table, even though sometimes people think we all saying the same thing. But yes, this show is making an impact to people, and let's continue to do how we can do it best in a way that nobody's life is threatened, no family is threatened, but the issues are discussed and we can get results.
Thank you very much, Alvar. Asador, please.
So, Liberia is 177 years old. President Boakai is 79 years old. That is almost half of Liberia's age. If Liberia has problems, and the man whose age is almost half of the country's age is not part of that problem, I don't know who else is. I don't know. In addition to that, though, he has served for quarter of half of Liberia's age. So Liberia's problem got so much to do with him. And this is confirmed. I just want to talk to my friends on here. I want to ask simple questions. You don't have to answer. That's your right. Just yes or no, that's fine. So I want to confirm here that President Boakai will be 85, 86 years at the end of his term. And at the end of the next person's term, he will be around 91 to 92 years old. With this information and all that has gone on so far in the country, I can confirm today that President Boakai will be running for re-election in 2029. I can confirm it. discussions were held, and that was signed, due, and done. So I just want to ask my friends on this platform.
Wait.
Let me end. I want to ask my friends,
Go ahead.
based on what you heard, everything you are seeing, the age of President Boakai, you don't have to insult me, you don't have to get angry, you don't have to insult. Just, I want to start with my brother Ava. Ava, who you support President Boakai in 2029? Just yes or no, that's it. And you don't have to answer.
Oh, if you ask me a question, I can answer.
Yeah, I want to ask you. Just yes, sir.
I'm from the ANC. I'll be supporting the candidate from the ANC.
Dr. Brooklyn, will you support President Boakai in 2029?
I mean, I don't know how much time I gave you for your closing over. First of all, I don't know if I'll be alive in 2029. Second, who I vote for is always a function of performance and expectation. I never tie myself.
Sure, anyway. So you okay? Uncle Sam, will you support President Boakai in 2029?
I will never support President Boakai for the presidency of Liberia ever, because he was 12 years, he was vice president, and the performance of the Unity Party was abysmal, and the 9 months in office has been totally abysmal. So no, I will not be supporting him.
Fatima, will you support President Boakai in 2029?
What that question you going around with here?
Somehow I want to end with you. I want to end. I'm just talking to my friend. Yes or no? Yeah.
I said, Joe, will you support Jovia in 2029?
Well, I'm the one asking you. You can answer.
But not me. I'm asking you too. Will you support Jovia in 2029?
All right, it's okay. Dr. Richardson, who you support?
But answer her. She asked whether you support Jovia in 2029. Is that
question to question?
She want to answer your question, but can you answer her question?
Dr. Richardson,
answer mine. Answer it.
It's a problem that you cannot support Jovia 2029.
Talk to me and Fatima, settle your differences.
Wait. But I say, no. I say, what make the question so hard that you cannot answer on national TV whether you are supporting Jovia 2029?
So, Santa, let me come to you. I want you to end on this.
The man supporting for Nati.
Based on all I've said, especially the age factor.
Yeah.
The age factor of President Boakai. Will you support him in 2029? And let me confirm that President Boakai is running 2029. Will you support him in 2029?
So Fatima have agreed. She will answer you. I really want to answer you. Dr. Richardson want to answer you. We all coming with only one question. Are you supporting George Manneh Weah 2029?
That is not a question for me.
That's a question for you. Answer it now.
I'm the one closing.
So all the time you take to talk, answer, it means that you are not supporting George Weah 2029. It's an easy question.
Stanton, nobody needs to ask anybody that George.
We are asking you, for those that just joining the show, are you supporting George Weah 2029? What's the big thing to answer?
I'm not sure George Weah will be 80 years old, 90 years old.
No, but then it means that yes, the issue with you, especially you guys.
Definitely, I'm supporting.
Why would it take forever for you to answer?
100% I'm supporting George Weah. He will not be 80, 90. I'm asking you
questions. Okay, so you say you're supporting George Weah 2029. So Fatima, can you answer? Fatima, can you answer his question then?
So 2029. The leader who presents the platform that aligns with my agenda will be supported by me.
Okay. So
Dr. Richardson, can you ask again?
Similarly, it's not about who, it's about what are they doing, how can they make Liberia a better place and work in the interest of the Liberian people.
So
that's what I'll vote for.
Right. So Sandra, I don't want us to go with who. I want us to go with President Boakai. He is the one I'm asking about. Will you support President Boakai? Not all the people that live in Liberia.
That's a problem. And I think after May we gotta go. So you finish, you're not talking, you're right.
I'm okay.
So you're done. My fellow Liberian, let me say this to every one of you. The problem with Acid though coming on Spoon Talk to Acid.
Answer my question.
But wait, brother, wait. It will finish. You agree? But let's go with something.
Okay, go ahead.
How can me, Stanton, Arizona, Opa, Tia, Joseph Congolespo, believe a sedition in the person Acid though to tell me that man Joseph Yima Boakai has spoken to him and promised him that he will be running 2029? How can I even entertain such a question
from a sedition, that cannot openly declare that he is free to announce that he will support George Barnaway at 2029? How can George say Yima Bwaga pass by me and go to you and tell you that he run in 2029?
So the answer is you're not going to support him.
So the answer is I'm not even answering you.
Right.
Because it makes no logical sense for Joseph Boakai, who I just talked to today, to pass by me, to bypass me, and come to you and tell you that I supporting, I want you to support me for 2029. It can't happen. It can never ever happen. Joseph Boakai cannot pass by me and come to you, Asedo. Maybe if he pass by me, he will go to his son, he will go to a wife, he will go to a vice president, he will go to Mo Ali, he will go to the chairman, but he cannot come to you.
Okay, so let's
your question make no sense and it deserves no answer.
I understand. Let's come back to the question. Will you
be done? Your question deserves no answer, because I can tell you right now, my brother,
you are passing all around the bush.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
Baba.
So, Stanton, let's come back to the question. Will you, Stanton, support who will be 85, 86 years and 91 or 92 years at the next term? Will you support it? Answer that little question.
So again, I will say this. So because I want to satisfy my audience, right? Because I want to satisfy every Liberian that out there, my decision to support whosoever 2029, it will remain in me till that time comes.
No, President Boakai.
Okay, my decision to support whosoever, because I would not fall for you to say President Boakai spoke to you.
No, I didn't say he spoke to me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't tell you.
On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we must leave, because again, we cannot answer to a sedition as Asedo.
So
right?
Again,
that's the reason why Fatima cannot answer. That's the reason why Dr. Richardson cannot answer. And that's the reason why I answer Asedo.
I said, how long you want to take to close? How long you want to take to close?
Oh, you can go over. We have our senator from Grand Gillette County as a spy in Boakai government, and you think we will not get all the information? Sometimes they can be wondering how these guys get the information. So again,
y'all was open to go to Grand Gillette for your son. He's not stupid.
No, I'm telling you this on the show here. You know, again, people had a meeting in a hotel. If they all agree.
But if President Boakai say, with the help of God, right? With the help of God and the strength given to him by the Almighty God, even at the age of 100, if he does the right thing today and transform and change the Liberian people's lives today, we will still champion him. If he's running, we will still support him. I will say to you, what we are talking is about a better Liberia. I don't see a Liberian out there that voted for President Boakai for the change, that when he began to implement those things and bring about the changes, they will not support it even at the age of 150. So I will say to you, Asedo, it's all about the work. It's all about the promises he made to the Liberian people. Those are the promises he have to keep. And we still have hope. We do. Not hope like CDC hope. We have genuine hope. Hope of the Father, hope of the Spirit, and hope of the Son. We have that hope that no man can comprehend. And the hope is the hope in Christ.
You're preaching. Preach, my man. Preach.
Almost 2 o'clock in the morning, yo. I won't close. I beg you.
You feeling close? How many times you want to close?
No, I haven't closed yet.
Uncle say you close, man.
I haven't. No, I haven't closed yet.
You close. Uncle say I said
I have not closed yet. I have not.
All right.
I have not closed.
All right. Everybody, right? Let's give Uncle Sam the rest of the night. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
No. I mean, right, if I had closed, I have not closed.
There's a Bobla close already. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
Okay, so
shout out.
That Bobla ain't closed yet. Oh, okay.
No, Dr. Brubla hasn't closed yet. No, he hasn't. In fact, if he wants to go before me, that's fine.
You don't want to wash your time. Dr. Brubla is on time. You go first.
Okay, so first of all, I want to tell everybody thank you. I'm not feeling too hot today.
You're crazy.
The last 3 days, my blood pressure has been unusually high. Not dangerous. Not dangerously
Yeah,
high.
start drinking the expired Hennessy. Start drinking the expired Hennessy.
So basically, I talked to one of my daughters who's a doctor, and she says, don't go to sleep, go to Spoon. That's what you love to do. You love talking. That's a way of expressing yourself. And I just checked my blood pressure while I was on the show. My blood pressure went down significantly. So she says, whatever you enjoy doing and that relaxes you, do it. So my blood pressure is good. So I want to thank you for that. But I'm going to the doctor tomorrow, 11:30, Dr. Golding, to just basically to check me out to see what's going on with me. Look, for Liberian people, it's not about me. I'm old. I've done a whole lot, and I want to thank you for all of the blessings. But it's about Liberia. And do you think I was like, I had sleepless nights? I was angry when Joe Boyka won? Of course not. He won because the majority of the Liberian people voted for him. That's the democracy that I fought for. We marched on my back, went to jail 2 times, 1979 April and in March of 1980. And I went to the worst prison in Liberia in 1980, Post-Stockade, and they beat me on my back daily. And of course, April 12, 1980.
I heard you went to Post-Stockade, but they never beat you, Uncle Sam.
Angie Mama said
Angie Mama said it never.
Anything I say is your business.
I would say, let's be fair now. No exaggerate your jail town story.
Angie Mama said you are not beaten.
I would say they never beat you. You went to jail for a couple of days and they released you. They never beat you.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
you are money in the jail cell for the other people.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, those people who want to be or live in that fantasy where maybe toddlers in 1980 and want to challenge a man who went through that, is up to them. If you want to listen to them, it's up to you, but just listen to me.
Angie Mama was a toddler.
Angie Mama knew nothing
about
Angie
Mama husband was what do you call it?
Angie Mama was not in jail in 1980. He was not in jail in 1980.
That's what she said. She said you're sad.
Listen to me. I am not. Listen to me. My Liberian people, George Bullard is alive.
What are you yelling for?
Let me finish.
But what are you yelling for?
Carl is alive. George Bullard is alive.
That's what Cody said you wasn't in jail. That's what Cody said you wasn't in jail.
You don't leave blood pressure before you're here. Leave the man.
I agree I was not in jail, but let me talk about Liberian people. Please, I beg you, I was not in jail.
But you cannot tell the people that Stephen Johnson even tested me. You cannot tell the people that they beat you.
Whatever Stephen Johnson
said,
said,
they beat you.
Let me speak to my Liberian people, please.
Did they beat you, Uncle Sam? Because you saw this thing to seek political asylum in America. Did they beat you?
Let me speak to my Liberian people.
But just answer the question. Did they beat you?
I'm not answering any questions to anybody else who was a toddler in 1980.
But the man said that. Take out your shirt.
I will not answer your question.
Can you take out the shirt? Let's see your bag.
Come to my house. I will take out my shirt for you. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, George Bullard is alive. Deacon Carlo is alive. Michael George is alive. Aloysius Tapla is alive. And many others are alive who were in prison with me. Deacon Carlo is on the governance commission. Don't listen to toddlers. Some of them were not even in diapers in 1980. They want to challenge me about whether I was in jail or not. But let me speak to my Liberian people. My Liberian people, when Joe Boyka won this election, I didn't have any sleepless night. I was in trouble. That's democracy. I was hoping that there would be radical transformation. I went to
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I hope you didn't tell your wife that they beat you in jail and she fell for that Nelson Mandela story because you know they believe in Nelson Mandela. He went to jail. He was a champion. I hope that's not what you used to get her though.
I took off my
I hope
clothes
so.
and showed
Because,
I took off my
because
clothes
you
and
gotta
showed my
understand, the
back.
beat up Nelson
But
Mandela,
let's see your back,
Nelson Mandela, I hope you
That's
didn't
about
use
us.
this
I will show
story.
you my back.
I hope you didn't use this story to win over the people's daughter. That
That's
you were
okay.
persecuted
Look,
and
they
you were
want
put
to
in jail
distract me.
and they beat you.
My fellow Liberians, my fellow Liberians, my fellow Liberians, I'm not going to respond to anybody who was a toddler or in diaper in 1980 or was not.
But are you talking about Auntie Mama? Because her husband was
Auntie
there with
Mama
you.
was not in Post-Take. Justin Wally was not in Post-Take in 1980, and he didn't know. But I just called the names of people who were there.
When did they put him in jail?
In 1979.
What's it doing from 1979 to 1980?
Yeah, 1979 we went to jail twice. April 14.
To when?
We have more people.
To when? How long you spent in jail?
Oh, I got arrested April 17, and the Brownell Commission report came out, and there was a general amnesty in June because in July we were having an OAU meeting, the OAU conference. Okay, so I was released because of general amnesty.
When was the coup? When was the coup?
The coup was in 1980.
Okay, and the rest were in 19. Then they put you back in jail when they put you back in jail when you were released.
Okay, so if you want to go into the story, I came home December of 1978 to be deputy controller at the Ministry of Finance, and I was working at the Ministry of Finance and stayed supporting PAL and going to meetings. So when the riots occurred, I was arrested and put into jail. When they had the general amnesty, after a couple of months, I was thinking about coming back to the States, but they asked me to be director of price and marketing analysis.
So from April 17 to when? How long you spent in jail?
Oh, until sometime in June, middle of June or something like that, when they had the Brownell Commission report. And Ellen Salit is alive. She was the co-chairman of the Brownell Commission.
Then 1980, then they grab you again, put you in jail again.
Yeah, and I was working as director of price control on March 8, 1980. I was arrested at home on a Saturday. Just go check it out.
At that time, who put you in jail?
The Turbo administration.
Then who free you?
So we're in Post-Take on the night of April 12th. Doe then organized this coup and were released. So the famous picture that you see me standing with Doe was on April 12, 1980, at the executive mansion, because we left the Post-Take.
Was you released before the coup or after the coup?
Well, after the coup, Harrison Pennell, Zoe Pennell's uncle or father was the one that came there 4 o'clock in the morning after the coup. When they had executed the coup, they came out and bust the doors and they freed all of the prisoners, and they took the leaders of the progressive movement. They took us to the mansion. First, we went to meet Kuokwa at the brigade headquarters. Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Boble. Sorry you couldn't close because Uncle Sen got to explain this story because I'm very sorry, Dr. Boble. We hope to see you tomorrow.
No worries. Good night, everybody. It's after 12 midnight here. Good night.
Yeah. Uncle Sen, can you finish off the story very quick?
So great. I was the Unity Party put letter obstruct me because when I be seeing the story, I come up with something very dramatic. Look, I want Boyka to succeed. The people who on this platform who support Joe Boyka, they're trembling, they're scared. That's the picture of me there, April 12, 1980.
You really don't know that they just took it from jail, though. You look like you're doing very good.
So you don't think
you're beating mark?
You have no beating mark on you.
No
your
problem.
No
problem. You don't think I will go home and change my clothes? You saw the jail clothes. I went home and came back to the mansion. I went and I got my glasses.
In the heat of those days, you were given military men to take
glasses.
Home, right?
No, I went home. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Who are beyond Doe? Who was on the right hand side over there?
Those two guys, I don't know them at all. Really, I don't. Maybe I knew them at the time, but I forgot who they are.
But what were you doing in this picture?
That was Dole's first press conference. That was his first press conference.
So how you got into the picture, Uncle Sam?
That's what I'm saying. I went home, I changed my clothes, and I went to the mansion.
For what? Those say you should come to the mansion for what?
No, because I'm a revolutionary. There's a revolution going on. You tell me to go hide under my bed?
Were you one of the advisors to do at the time?
Absolutely and unequivocally, I was one of his advisors.
Okay, at the time you were preparing to do what in this picture?
So this was telling the nation that the PRC, People Redemption Council, of 16 men have overthrown the oligarchy, and were asking for the people to be calm. And the Dole declared martial law, suspended the Constitution, and said that there will be a new day. That's what this press conference was all about. And we began the process of moving into a new dispensation that brought us the democracy that we have today.
So how long did you spend at the time with Dole?
Okay. So I was appointed on Monday or Tuesday. So I had to be on the 14th, 15th as the Deputy Minister of Commerce. And I proceeded to call the scene Joe Boyka, that your president today. I think he was at LPMC. And the whole idea now was to stabilize the country, Stanton, to stabilize the country. Because as an economist, I knew there would be disruption in terms of trade, there will be disruption in terms of social services. So the idea, and even other people that are famous today, we put them together and we said, let us look at what we need to do. The first thing is to ensure.
I want to understand something. I know you're going to go deeper. I want to understand. You knew Dole then? Prior to the coup, you knew Dole?
I have met him, but I didn't know him because we used to go to a place in PHP there and smoke our thing. Okay, there was a house in PHP. Okay, where as a young man I used to go have some fun. But so I used to see the soldiers there, but I didn't know him personally. No. That means Swin Dixon, all these young guys.
So after this announcement, Dole appointed you immediately as deputy minister?
No, it was on a Monday. It was on a Monday or Tuesday when he appointed me deputy minister.
You were able to talk to him?
Huh?
You were able to speak to Dole. You were able to.
I talk to him all the time because remember during the revolution, every time a lot of things we had to do, how to feed the soldiers, how to consolidate power, how to to stabilize the country. That's why I look at people.
How long you spend doing this?
Oh, until Monday or Tuesday. In fact, if I was Tuesday, then when I went to the Ministry of Commerce. But at that time, the country had been stable. Don't forget, the shock of the coup brought people in the streets. People were dancing. Soldiers were celebrating. They were shooting wildly. We had to disarm a lot of those soldiers and court-martial them. And
so you say we. So you helped with the disarmament of a lot of those soldiers, right?
Well, no, because I was not a military man at that time. I was not in uniform at that time. So I didn't, but I mean, I was aware of what they were doing.
I thought you said you were captain.
Yeah, but I was not captain. I was not captain at that particular time. It was subsequently when they conscripted all of the
ministers and all of the
yes, subsequently. Yes.
So let me ask you. So with the exception of them overthrowing Tober, the day thereafter, you were fully involved with the coup.
Oh, yes, I was fully involved. Now with the coup was over. Stanton was about running the government now. Stanton.
So you supported, so Samuel Jackson, Uncle Samuel Jackson, you supported the overthrowing of Tober?
No, let me tell you something, Stanton. We were in jail. We had no idea the soldiers were planning a coup. We had no idea. There was a complete surprise. What I was even more surprised about, how quickly these guys were able to consolidate control. Because in my mind, that Tulpa then had maybe like a unit, a special unit that was going to mount a counter. In fact, there was a guy called Jebel, Major Jebel, that we were afraid of, and he ran away, but he was captured. So when Major Jebel was captured, this was the consolidation of power. You follow me? Okay? But and the soldiers did that. The soldiers did that by themselves. Okay? And don't forget, in my book,
how did you break away from Doe?
I didn't break away from Doe. I was working.
But at some point you left him. At some point you left him.
No, I didn't leave. He fired me. I was fired. I was fired in February of 1981 because that was not the beginning of the ethnicization of the PRC, where the crown people now, they saw power, and after 10 months, they saw us ministers with cars and stuff, and they wanted that power. So John Ramsey and others began the process of removing the progressives from the PRC because they felt that was the way they could consolidate power and get the United States government to fully support them, because it was during the Cold War and the progressives were left of center. Some of us were socialists. You follow me? Mm-hmm. So then that's how come even in 1981, in August, Wesen was executed with what a boy named Nelson Toe and others who, though them believe, were trying to overthrow them and take the Liberian government, make it Russian-oriented, the Soviet Union. So the United States' number one objective was to ensure that Doe did not go into the ambit of the Soviet Union. That's why they began. If you read, there's a book called what's the name of them? Well, I would think about it, but anyway, it's a guy called Perkins. A guy called Mr. Perkins. Perkins was the deputy chief of mission at the U.S. Embassy or CIA. His primary objective was to ensure that Doe did not go to Libya. Doe did not go to the Soviet Union. In that whole first year, okay, it was okay. But then they began to remove the progressive. Barker Matthews was fired. What's his name? Burma Family was fired. Oscar Quia, all of us. So by 1981, end of 81, Stanton, there were no more progressive in the government now. Mostly the military and the crime and the crime hierarchy. People like John Ramsey, who took my job. People like Edwin Tay. People like Edwin Slanger. So that is the reason why now you saw this thing with Kuokpa. They removed Kuokpa like 83, 82, 83. They removed Kuokpa. When they removed Kuokpa, Kuokpa went to the States, right? And now Doe, instead of surrendering power to a civilian, he announced his candidacy for presidency in what, 1984.
How you brought in the NPF, National Democratic, how you call it, NDPL?
National Democratic Party of Liberia. So what they did was they put together the Constitutional Committee headed by Emma Sawyer to write the 1985 Constitution, this famous 1985 Constitution. And that famous 1985 Constitution put all of the structures there to prevent the prosecution of Doe.
That's correct. So Uncle Sam, because we got to go, let me ask my last question here. You took over. You're part of the government. Did you support the execution of the 13 men?
Hell no. Hell no.
Did you speak against it? Did you speak against it?
I couldn't, because I would have been executed myself. Don't forget, it was a military government. So martial law, when you have a coup stanton, you suspend the Constitution. Habeas corpus and all of those constitutional prerogatives are suspended. It was the military tribunal.
Were you still working for Doe prior to the execution of those men? Or at the time?
Yes, April 22nd, the execution took place. And I was working with Doe.
So you were still working for Doe, but you didn't support the execution, though.
The execution took place around April 22nd.
Why couldn't you leave? Why couldn't you leave?
Why couldn't many other people leave?
I'm
Why
talking to
couldn't Joe
Uncle Sam
Walker leave?
Johnson. I'm talking to
Why
you.
couldn't-
I'm talking to you. Why couldn't you leave?
Because I felt I was trapped, and I had a wife and 2 young children at the time, and I had a business in Liberia. I had a beauty supply, in a beauty salon, and I was running my business, right? And so we were all like basically trapped in the revolutionary period.
Did you speak against the execution?
Who spoke against the execution? Even people who disagree with. Can you give me one person on any historical record that said to the PRC that you oppose the execution? No. Did anybody in Ghana oppose General Rawlings on the execution of 3 presidents? Did they say it publicly? You don't know what a revolution is about, Stanton. During a revolution, you don't have any rights. Freedom of speech is abrogated, is completely destroyed. You have to live under martial law. And that was what was going on all over Africa at that time, Stanton. It was going all over Africa. There were coups in Nigeria, there were coups in Sierra Leone, there were coups in all over the place. Okay? So during a coup, you have no rights.
Where were you when the execution took place? Where were you, Uncle Sam?
I was at a meeting at the Ministry of Lands and Mines. And when I came out, my security said, there are executions going on. And I said, what? But let me tell you something. Hold
on, Uncle Sam. You knew those people that died, right? That they executed.
Many were friends of mine, close friends of mine. Clarence Parker and John Sherrill. In fact, Clarence Parker, there's a former journalist at the Washington Post. He's my friend on Facebook. His name is Leon Dash. I want you to talk to him. Leon Dash was the Washington Post reporter who covered the coup. He covered the execution. And before the coup in 1979, during the OAU, he and Clarence Parker came to my house. Leon Dash was a very handsome, brilliant journalist, and he came to my house. He saw my young children in 1979. We became friends. We used to hang together. We used to chase women together. Very good friend of mine, you know? So anyway, I want you to read the Washington Post. Washington Post talk about the military tribunal. Those people were tried. People can say it was a kangaroo court, but they were tried by the military tribunal headed by Frank Serpini and brought him down guilty. And the place where that park is today on PHP is where the poles were erected. Okay? Charles Taylor was the GSA director under Samuel Doe. Okay? Parker Matthew was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bremer Famulin, he was Minister of Education. George Bullock was Minister of State. Talk to him. Bring him on Spoon one day. Let him talk to you. Talk to him. Talk to these people, Stanton. Yeah. So the thing is that Khan Carlo, you should call Khan Carlo and bring him on, Stanton. He's at the Governance Commission. He's alive. This Alan Yancey, he's blind, but he's alive. These are my colleagues that were in jail with.
So you had nothing to do with advising Doe to take those decisions to kill this
man. What I'm saying to you, Doe created a military tribunal held by a guy called Frank Serpini to try those people. There was a trial. It was televised. There was a trial where journalists went to, where the people confessed.
It was kangaroo trial. It was a fake trial. It was a trial.
You can say that. You can say that. I mean, I would be the first one to say that the rights were not protected. Of course not. Of course not. Yeah.
Thank you, Officer. I mean,
and that was one of the worst mistakes the PRC ever made by having a public execution. Because by having a public execution, the violence of that day was forever etched in the minds of people, and it was ever tied to anybody connected to the PRC government, including Joseph Nyima Boyka. Because he was a major as the Minister of Agriculture. Okay, now that's the history lesson there. So,
all right, it's a good thing, Uncle Sam. I mean, I think we got something out of you. You're on record now, your position, Fatima. I think it was a good show.
But Fatima can come to my house and see my back.
Uncle say you can't do me nothing, man. Bono sugar like me, I beg you, yeah. You can't do me nothing. I will murder you right there. I beg
you older than my wife. You older than my wife.
So Uncle Sam, again, I want to say that Fatima is 51. Uncle Sam, you're 71. She can be your daughter. 20 years different. I want to say, as a daughter, it's good to have you always.
My wife is in her 40s.
Your wife can be your granddaughter.
Anything you say, I agree.
If you want to go early, you not fight cancer, you not do everything. You want to stay here, stay.
Leave Fatima alone. If you go beyond Fatima, you go early though.
Not far there for Sharif.
Uncle Sam.
Big, yeah.
Men know that self. Leave Fatima alone.
Please.
If you don't leave her, you will go early. Megan told Uncle Sam, Fatima, bye. You won't create problem. You won't get someone in trouble. Bye.
Okay, folks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Nelson, come on, Nelson. I said, though. Thank you very much. That was a long history lesson from Uncle Sam, but that was beautiful, though. That was a good one.
Yeah, and I think we need the folks like Uncle Sam around.
Yeah,
to give us fresh memories of some of the things that have happened back then. So now when I was born here, so the thing that you were talking about learning.
1979, I was 4 years old. 1981, I was 6 years old. And I remember very well when the coup happened, biscuit factory in Ghannasville, right across the street from St. Camp. They broke that whole place. That would have a beautiful biscuit factory, Chico factory, everything over there. They broke it down, man. We ate free biscuits and our stomach started hurting. I remember. Yeah. All kind of biscuit, Mary biscuit, this cookies. We ate free biscuit. We didn't know what was happening. We're just happy that we have free biscuit to eat. Wow. And that's true. Yeah. Oh yeah. But
was it the mixture of the different kinds of biscuit that caused the stomach pain, or?
Yeah, it was just children playing, eating free food, free biscuit. You know how it is. Whatever was happening in the city, we didn't know. We were just chilling. Our parents were worrying, but we were happy. But actually, it led us into what we now experience in the country, the war, And thank God that our country is at peace, and we hope our country will remain that day. Because what happened and putting those people on the pole, it was one of the dark days, the darkest day ever in Liberia. And we paid for it. 250,000 people lost their life. So we should always champion peace. We should always speak about the goodness of our country and speak about peace. Thank you very much, Nelson. Asido, as always, thank you, my brother. It's good seeing you. Bye, folks.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, thanks to everyone for being here tonight. We appreciate you for making your contribution, for making your input on Spoon Talk tonight. To all of you who called in from the very beginning of the show, we appreciate all of you. Thanks for your contributions tonight, and thanks to the many of you making your inputs in the comment section. We appreciate you as well. This is how we end up tonight's edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to everyone for following. Thanks to the thousands of you across Radio Land, across the country, who always turn on your radio and follow Spoon Talk, whether on 107.5 Spoon FM or 101.1 Fabric. We appreciate you. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country as well that will always relay the program. Sometimes even without telling us, a lot of other stations across the country will do same. They'll relay the program. We want to appreciate Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across the country to include Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, and all the other stations across the country. Thanks for always relaying the program. And many thanks to the many of you across the internet that will always follow the show on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate everyone for your contribution as always. It's because you're there that Spoon Talk is here and here to give you the best in terms of factual news and critical analysis on the different issues across the country every single day. My name is Nelson Colette. I want to say thanks for being here tonight. But just before I leave you, let me do okay. So first thing is that former President George Weah's birthday today. Happy birthday to the former president of the Republic of Liberia as you celebrate your natal day today. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your natal day today. Happy birthday to former President George Mane Gbekokwe Segozi Weah as you celebrate your birthday today. The folks across the country have been seriously celebrating the day, and I see some photos with Dr. Richardson and the rest of the folks here. So happy birthday, former President George Weah. And today is also the birthday of Victoria Johnny. You're celebrating your 11th birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Your mom, who happens to be an ardent follower of our show, Madam Siata Tengbe wants us to do this for you. A special birthday greeting to you, Victoria Johnny. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your 11th birthday today. And the rest of your family, they're saying they wish you long life, good health, wisdom, and everything as you celebrate your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. And then the final one I want to do here tonight is a birthday greeting to one of the dedicated public servants, someone who is serving his country diligently. Unit 100, Sumolu Yongbe, Unit 100 of the Liberia National Police. You're celebrating your birthday. In fact, you celebrated your birthday 2 days ago. So this is a belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday as you take on another 365 days. Unit 100 of the Liberia National Police. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Somolu Yengwe, as you celebrate your birthday. And so that's how I would like to end up tonight. Again, thanks to everyone for being here. We appreciate all of your contributions. Black Eye Johnson, Emmanuel Williams, Emmanuel Sharif, Adam Sharif, that's Adam Kamara, Mohammed Kroman, Tio Nan, Madam Marcia Snelling. Everyone, we appreciate you tonight. Thanks for being here with us. We look forward to bringing you another edition of Spoon Talk tomorrow. You can join us Better yet, you can come back just a few minutes from now. We'll be here with the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to be here with us. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night. Bye-bye for now.